suddenly decided to stop going into work. A business big enough that it could be listed on the NASDAQ goes belly up. Disappears. It ceases to exist without me. No, you clearly don't know who you're talking to, so let me clue you again. I am not in danger, Skylar. I am the danger. A guy opens his door and gets shot. You think that of me? No. I am the one who knocks.
Okay, good morning, guys. Hello. Guys, welcome to the stream. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays. We made it through the year, guys. We got the first year of Trump out of the way. I feel like that went by reasonably fast. Can we play the Mariah Carey remix that will not trigger DMCA? No. Let's not do that. I don't trust whatever thing you got going there. Yeah, I feel like that first year went by fast. We're going to get through this thing so fast. It's going to be so fast. Has Hutch ever watched a Midas Touch video on stream? I think so. Yeah, I would say so. Just joined a 10 seconds of silence, Hutch. What's up? No, it's just, we're a year into the Trump presidency. We only got 3 years left. I feel like the first year went by reasonably fast. We're cruising through this thing. Did you say Happy Hanukkah? I did not. Happy Hanukkah to those who celebrate. Dunkaroo, thank you so much for 26 months on Twitch. W Tomatoes with 3 years. Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much. So what I'm currently mulling, you guys, and I feel pretty good about it, is the idea of doing 2 streams a day. We do the regular politics stream in the morning, and then we do Arc Raiders streams in the evening. Because I'm playing the shit out of that game, and just might as well just fire it up. So we did that yesterday. Had a great time. We streamed for almost 10 hours yesterday. Collectively, between the podcast, the gaming stuff, and politics. Bought it after you glazing it the other day, and I'm really enjoying it. I have not heard a single person who played the game say that they did not enjoy it. I'm sure they exist. I'm sure it's not technically for everybody, but I have not run into anybody who hasn't enjoyed the game. Do you know how much of a tryhard I am in this game? My hand gets slightly perspired when I play video games. Midlife Maddie with 500 bits.
At Hutch, thank you, brother, for keeping me grounded. Mods, thank you for being the kick-ass people you are. And chat, thank you for being the community I feel I can talk with.
Hey, cheers, man. That was nice. Thank you, Maddie. I'm very glad that you found a community you like here. It means a lot to me. Thank you. I am such a tryhard in Arc Raiders that my hands just slightly perspire when I play, which means my right mouse hand drags a little bit on my mouse. So I bought a chargeable fan that I now keep pointed at my hand. I looked it up, and ChatGPT, oh my God, Maddie, what did you do? Oh my God, Maddie, what the fuck did you do? Did you just donate 27 subscribers? That's a random number. Maddie, Jesus. Wow, thank you. Thank you very much, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Maddie's gifted like, I don't even know how many subs now, like 900 subs. Insane. Very, very generous of you, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for all the generosity during the last year. I think the year before as well. Don't really quite specifically remember when you became a regular in the stream, but thank you so much. That was very, very nice of you. Thank you. With the reset, do we get an additional 5 skill points for a total of 80, or do we start with 5 and still get capped at 75? No, you get an additional 5 skill points and it's permanent. Shriovora. Oh my goodness. Shriovora, thank you so much for 5 gifted subs, man. Thank you guys. Grip on the mouse as well. No, I didn't get that, but I did buy, they're called mouse feet. And they're basically these little kind of fuzzy things that you stick to the bottom of the mouse, and it helps it glide more smoothly on your mouse pad. That will be arriving today. Anyways, yeah, I'm turning into a total fucking tryhard playing this game. I'm still trash, but I looked it up. ChatGPT said a lot of pro gamers will purchase a fan, a desk fan, and point it at their hands. It's kind of normal from what I hear. Yeah, maybe we can do some sub games with Arc Raiders. That could be fun. Maybe we do that on like I don't know, like Sundays or something. That could be fun. Major All Sham with 97 months. Sham, thank you so much for everything that you've done on the stream. Especially recently. You add a lot to the community, buddy. Thank you. I'm proud of your feat of stamina yesterday. Good stream, even though you messed up the podcast start. I did not mess it up. Stop spreading rumors. Twantybird with $5 should see if you can squad up with other Hutch in Arc. Get some dual Hutch action going. You know what? I just assume that like 99% of gamers don't want to play with somebody who does politics, and so I just don't. Yeah. Atlasars with 10 gifted subs. Atlasars, my goodness. Holy crap. Holy shit. Merry Christmas, guys. This is the season, apparently. Thank you, guys. Unlock a random emote. Okay, I'll press it. Didn't do anything. Nothing happened. Apparently, we're 99% the way through a level 3 hype train. Let's go. Hello. I got inspired by your Anaconda purchase. I headed to the local PD to register my 1911 today. Nice. That would be fun. ATX. There you go with a gifted sub. Level 3 hype train. It's official. I was going to go to the range today with a buddy of mine to finally shoot this gun. And it's a bit rainy. It's a bit rainy today. It's an outdoor range, so we're going to put that off. I still haven't fired it yet. It's been sitting in that gun safe for I don't even know how many days now. A week. We are going to finish the video. We do have some new Collargate evidence, and I mean new Collargate evidence. And it's fucking amazing. No spoilers. If you guys already know what the evidence is, don't spoil it, but it's fucking amazing. There is new Kaya lore. Brand new, but it's been hiding in plain sight this whole time. But it is a dead to rights. It's dead to rights, you guys. Evidence. It's amazing evidence. We'll get to that as soon as we watch. We're going to kick things off with the Midas Touch video on some crazy new documents that dropped with Trump's name all over them. Epstein shit. I don't know. This is news to me. Somebody in chat said, "Did you see the thing?" And then I was like, "No, I didn't see the thing." Das Vidani with $2. Is the new evidence revolting? I see what you did there. See what you did there. We did not watch the Jubilee video, no, with Tallarico. We can bank that. I mean, we got a ton of videos banked. There's a ton of stuff to get through. The Rad, I don't think I said thank you for 56 months. Thank you so much, buddy. Midlife Maddie, think I got you. Dunkaroo W Tomatoes, thank you guys for resubbing. W Tomatoes with 3 years. Thank you, buddy. Is there any spin for him to weasel out on? No. There's no spin for the new shocking October 7th evidence. It's just like, yeah. All right. Apparently DOJ posted a trove of Epstein documents last night called Data Set 8 and then abruptly took them down, but not before people downloaded them. And there's some crazy shit. I don't know. The details on my end are pretty sparse, so I don't really know much about this. Okay, let's dive in.
We told you that Donald Trump's dark past would surface. We told you he could run, but he could not hide. Now, new Epstein documents are surfacing on Monday night. They're very, very, very concerning. I want to share them with you, and I want to share with you the sequence of what went down yesterday. So earlier in the day, Democratic Congress
Sounds a little under the weather, doesn't he? Sounds a little sick, doesn't he?
Member Ro Khanna stated that he had heard that the DOJ would be producing another batch of Epstein files in the afternoon. People waited for the afternoon, and those files were not produced. So we at the Midas Touch Network entered a search.
Loner was unredacting them live on stream just by simply cutting and pasting. There's no way that's true. That is a level of incompetence that even for this administration, I would find that shocking. You can unredact the files yourself, and people are working on that too. There's no way that's true. Some Epstein files can be redacted. Someone on Blue Sky noticed they could select redacted text, e.g. the original text that was still available, just obscured. From US versus Virgin Islands case, blah, 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 blah. With the Python script, we can ingest the whole document and extract all text, then rebuild it in the same layout roughly for legal minds to consider. It can be accessed here. What? There's no way. Wow. That is unbelievable. That is literally unbelievable. Like, even the entire blacked out pages can be cut and pasted. Oh my God. Can you get in trouble for doing that? It seems kind of risky. No? I don't know. That's a little much for me. Okay. Guys, here's what the deal is. Your boy ate a bunch of mints last night for some reason. Don't ask me why. Just like handfuls of like mints. And it kind of fucked me up. Like it kind of fucked me up. Like it hurt. Like it hurt my belly. So I'm gonna take a quick little break, and I'm gonna play. If you guys missed it, no, I'm not getting off. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Conduit posted his new video, which was I spent a week watching Asmongold. It's a really good video. Goes so far. We got through like 60% of it. We're gonna finish it today, but I'm gonna play a little bit of what I watched yesterday, including my reaction. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll dive into this video on the Epstein file stuff.
Options.
They're trying to plot a trajectory for where their business is going to be. So right now it's doing some people's jobs, and later on it's going to be doing everybody's jobs or more people's jobs.
And again, as Asmongold is about to see, they aren't just letting go of people who don't do anything.
A perfect example of this that we saw earlier this year was when Microsoft let go of Ron Buckton.
That's right. They fired because they didn't need him.
Suddenly discovered to be a slacker after 18 years of promotions? Or is it that executives looked at a spreadsheet, saw his senior level salary, and decided that number was too big?
I do think that, to be fair, I'm in general in favor of AI, but I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied.
Earlier this week, that was talking about the fact that last year there were 1.2 million graduates for 17,000 jobs.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
Without validating the premise of his description, because that's not how immigration works, put simply, expanding the population isn't a zero-sum substitution.
The thing about job displacement in this new, nascent era of AI. Am I using that word right? Just coming into existence. Yeah, okay. It's actually not an option to develop these tools, to innovate this technology, and to displace millions of jobs without something to address that displacement. Because if you displace 50, 75% of the workforce and replace them with automation or AI systems or whatever, who the fuck is going to buy your product? It is just literally not an option. If you're the heads of tech, the heads of industry, the heads of all these Fortune 500 companies, and your job is to sell some kind of a product to the consumers, and then you fire all the consumers who no longer have income, who's going to buy your product? What does that even look like? It's actually not an option. I tend to think that AI regulation is probably going to be a top 5 issue in 2028 during that presidential campaign. Probably, maybe. UBI, yeah. I just don't know enough about UBI and what would an economy look like? What would that economy look like with a UBI? I have no idea. I'll leave that to smarter people.
Of laborers. The necessities of immigrants provide the demand for new services that allow companies and social programs to grow their customer base and funding.
There used to be a retard that would sit there with a screwdriver and screw a bolt into a tire and get paid the equivalent of $75 an hour, live in a beautiful house, have every benefit that he wanted, have a family that he supported, 2 cars and a boat, and go on vacations.
This is what happens when propaganda is too effective.
That's a bit overly stated, but in many ways, working class people, in the post-war expansion, could afford things like houses a lot easier than we do now. But those houses were a lot smaller, and they weren't spending as much of their paycheck on other stuff either. So like, there's some truth to it, but like he's massively overstating
This
it.
belief is based on the visualizations used in ad campaigns, merging with stories of expanded workers' rights. Things got better, but the reason we have that imagery is because that's what people aspire to. If they already had it, it wouldn't work in advertising.
What do we do about it? Well, you have to tax companies that are using automation in a way that, you can redistribute the money into the population. But like, it's not going to happen. I think we're going to have to bring back somehow like slavery or something like that. Like, I don't know, maybe feudalism. It's one or the other. Maybe both. Or you could have a plague. Maybe all three.
And once that's done, we can finally eradicate all the Puerto Ricans on the planet! What do you say?
Wall Street literally rewards human
What
suffering.
is that from?
And some
Well, yeah, of course.
What is that cartoon? What was it? Okay. I feel better. I feel better. From the ashes with $5. Thank you, Hutch. Someone following your spaceport strategy butchered me with nades. I put 100% of the blame on you for putting the strat in the ether. What strat are you talking about? Just going to the top of the roofs and murdering people from above? Don't sleep on grenades. I slept on grenades for the first hour and 160 hours of arc raiders. I just didn't really use a lot of nades. But the trigger nades are nasty. Nasty bitches. I gotta ask, did you choose the stream title just to mess with Hassan's SIMP Tony? I did not, no. I did not. But you know what? Maybe we should unban them just for this stream. What do you guys think? A temporary unban. There's no way to make people move in third-person games except for grenades. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think we should have Ogre Boy on as our guest on Live and Learn next week. What do you guys think? Are you gathering from your kills or just killing people from afar and leaving the loot? No, I mean, we wiped. There's so much to grind right now. Like, it's an entire wipe. So I'm not, yeah, if I see a dead body, I'm going to loot that shit for sure. Okay, all right, let's get to the Epstein stuff. I cannot believe that you can copy paste. That's unbelievable to me. I cannot believe that. Ian with $5. Quick question. Do you have a preference on whether we watch Live and Learn on its respective channel? Would you prefer we watch it here? I mean, I would prefer you watch it here. Personally, yeah. Austin, thanks so much for $5. Do you think there's any chance Trump will resign because of the files? That or getting impeached and removed? Is the midterm, if the midterms are bad enough for him? Austin, just to be clear, neither of those things are going to happen. Let's just be perfectly clear. Thank you for the $5. Donald Trump will never resign in a million years. You could find video of him essaying, a bunch of children, and he would not resign. And in order to convict somebody in the Senate for an impeachment, you need a supermajority. So you need 67 senators, I think. And that is not going to happen either. He's going to be our president, or if you're in the US, our president for the next 3 years and 1 month. It's just, that is what it is. So, but yeah, not going to happen. Not going to resign. And Republicans in Congress, they'll never vote to convict that guy. Not going to happen. In a rational society, we would have 67 senators that would be willing to vote that way, but we don't live in a rational country. Dwight with $5. I feel like all you have to do with Asmon is wait for a take, then wait a day or two for him to go against the take he had while he's talking about a different topic. Yeah, I mean, we'll get through the rest of the video, but I feel like the conduit video showed me something I basically already knew. which is Asmon does this thing, and it's like, I hate it. I hate it so much. They do this like irony thing. There's always like a bit of irony laced with everything, but just enough to give them wiggle room one way or the other. So if they put out a take and it goes super viral for being bad, they can do the thing where it's like, oh, are you triggered? I was just fucking with you. I'm not being serious. Nothing matters. Or they can maintain their position, and it's a way to kind of worm out of or into anything you want, and I just hate it. It's just like such low-hanging fruit. It's so goddamn easy to operate that way. You don't have to believe in anything. It's very nihilistic. Like nothing matters. You can be totally flexible. They'll say stuff like, you know, if I was president, I would like, you know, bring back public executions or you know, and they'll just say these kind of provocative things. It's meant to rile people up. It's meant to like trigger people. It's meant to like get people to post clips of him. That's the whole shtick. That's it. That's the whole shtick. Boom. I just summarized his content strategy. All right, let's finish this here.
Search term to look for data set 8 using the prior search formats and constructs, even though it wasn't on the DOJ website. And sure enough, that actually opened up a website for data set 8, even though it was not posted on the DOJ website. So at the Midas Touch Network, we quickly downloaded everything on data set 8. It was tens of thousands of documents, still nowhere near the complete file that constitutes the Epstein files. But there were tens of thousands of records. We downloaded them and we started going through them document by document. Some of these documents raise a lot of serious questions. And the fact that it was not posted on the DOJ website also raised some red flags. Then later in the evening on Monday night, the DOJ posted set 8. Now, some of these documents that we uncovered that I say raise these concerns, these red flags, were moved. They were still there, but the document numbers were shifted. And so you had to go and re-examine them to determine where they were. So it also raises some serious questions. Why were they manipulating and changing the document numbers on these pages within a matter of hours? And what else might they be covering up? So here's one of the messages that we uncovered. Let me read it to you. In dataset 8 of the Epstein files release, which was briefly posted on the Justice Department's website yesterday, there is a letter alleging to be sent from Jeffrey Epstein to convicted sex offender Larry Nassar. Remember Larry Nassar? You know who that was? The American convicted serial sex offender, former family medicine physician. He was the team doctor of the United States Women's National Gymnastics team and a physician at Michigan State University, where he sexually assaulted hundreds, potentially thousands of young girls.
What? Where is this going?
So in the Epstein files, in dataset 8, which was briefly posted and then posted later in the night with different Bates numbers, document numbers, there's this letter, which was postmarked just days after Epstein died. Here's how it reads. Dear LN, Larry Nassar, Dear LN, as you know by now, I have taken the short route home. Good luck. We shared one thing, our love and caring for young ladies at the hope they'd reach their full potential. Our president shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to, quote, grab snatch.
Wow. What the fuck, dude? I don't even know what to say right now. This is so fucking disgusting. Who lives like this? This shit is dark, you guys. God, what a way to start the stream. I don't even know what to say. So, hang on. So Larry Nasser is in prison, right? So Epstein wrote this letter to Larry Nasser while they were both in prison? Bro. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Did he write a letter to fucking Jared the Subway guy too? Like, what the fuck, man?
Whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Life is unfair. Yours, J. Epstein. Now, this.
I mean, at this point, I feel like the Democrats should explicitly run on, if you give us a majority in the midterms, we will tirelessly investigate this and hold subcommittee hearings and I feel sick to my stomach. It's not because I ate too many mints last night. New Arc Raiders hockey skin tees. They got to be careful. I don't care about Call of Duty, but well, I like that. That's good. I really don't want I want everything in Arc Raiders to aesthetically kind of match. Like, I don't want a fucking Nicki Minaj skin in a Arc Raiders. Like, it all needs to be canonically appropriate. Didn't he say this was sent posthumously, dated after Epstein died? Oh, I don't know. It said, I think the letter was written 3 days before he died.
This letter, you analyze it, was returned to sender. Reporting indicates that Epstein sent a letter to Nasser from prison before his alleged suicide. The contents of that letter was never revealed. Additional documents.
If that letter is authentic, it definitely casts into doubt the Epstein didn't Minecraft himself conspiracy. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it does. 100%. Yeah, it does. No, it doesn't? You don't think so? Him directly referencing the president and then Minecrafting himself 3 days later? I don't know. It's still like, I still need so much more before I would be convinced that he Minecrafted himself. I've always found the idea that Epstein unalived himself to be entirely plausible and likely. But 3 days after a letter like this, I mean, that's a little weird. That's a little fishy.
Show that the letter was submitted for handwriting analysis within the FBI, though it's unclear if investigators ever reached a conclusion on whether or not this letter was definitively written by Jeffrey Epstein. So these images had the document numbers, or we call them Bates numbers, EFTA 36086, 36085, and then there were the various forensic analysis documents, 36076, 36077.
More Collargate, are you trying to go to war with Pisco's chat? I read that a different way, actually. Pisco's chat fucking hates me, dog. Like, they fucking hate me, dog. Man, it's like a powerful hatred. I don't even feel like I say anything that controversial. You know? I don't. I feel like I really don't. A lot of it is like lukewarm takes. Jaji with 68 months. Jaji, thank you so much, buddy. Tiny Tony was in his chat. They were still lying about Loner getting paid to go to Israel. Yeah. I saw that. Ogre Boy hangs out there. That's all you need to know. The only reason he hangs out there is because I banned him in my chat. I'm breaking my rule right now. Because my rule moving forward is I'm going to operate as if Ogre Boy doesn't exist. I'm just going to starve him completely. But there is a part of me that wants to invite him on the pod next week. I think that would be fun. That would be a fun episode. For the content, that could be fun. Ian with $5. Did you happen to catch Destiny confront Pisco on his debate on the H3 lawsuit with you? I did. We actually watched it live. I mean, I was happy to see them a little bit more friendly by the end of it. A little more friendly by the end of it. Swanee Bird with $10. The letter was postmarked 3 days after Epstein's death to clarify. If you rewind, you hear one of the first lines of the letter say, "By now you know I took the short way home," or something like, oh, I got you.
7 and 36078, where it was actually sent out to a lab for a handwriting analysis to see if it was Epstein's. And we never got back those results, or we don't know where those results are as of now. Now, in addition to that, there was another document that we uncovered that I want to share with you, which raises a lot of red flags. Here it is right here. You'll see the document number EFT 29798. Subject, Epstein flight records, dated January 8th, 2020. Let me read it to you. And by the way, this is a letter sent by Assistant United States Attorneys. So these are federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York. They were the ones who would have been prosecuting Epstein before he died by alleged suicide. And they were the ones who successfully prosecuted Ghislaine Maxwell. Maureen Comey was the successful prosecutor who Donald Trump fired a few months ago. But
that's Jim Comey's daughter, as far as I'm aware.
Here's one of the internal emails relating to Epstein flight records from those Southern District of New York prosecutors. Let me read it. For your situational awareness, wanted to let you know that the flight records.
Have you ever considered doing a longer form video where you cover and summarize all your political positions and philosophy? I think a lot of people end up misinterpreting your positions via clips and tweets. Yeah, I have thought about doing that. Yeah, I have. I don't know. I feel like there's two different answers to that question. There's the ideological answer, and then there's the strategic answer. And I know that I've talked about this a lot in the last year, but I've moved away from ideology. Like I'm at a point in my life for my political evolution where I think ideology matters very little in the face of the Republican Party. Like if we had a normal Republican Party or a normal Republican Party, one that wasn't beholden to a fucking would-be tyrant and a crazy person. If this was like Mitt Romney's Republican Party, I would be much more focused on on ideology. I would be much more driven by ideology, but the urgency is so high in the era of Trump with him at the helm of the Republican Party that it, in my opinion, it requires a much more strategic calculation. So it becomes less about, what are the policies that I like the most, and more about what can we do to limit and or constrain the Republican Party to the most efficient degree. I don't know if that makes any sense. We need to just win as many seats as humanly possible right now. And the policies, I feel like we can kind of worry about when we get there. I don't think policies are really the problem, because I think the Democratic Party generally is pretty good on policy. I think Joe Biden was pretty good on policy, and when we gave him power, he did stuff. And I'm very confident that if we give a trifecta to, let's say, Kamala Harris in 2029, when she's inaugurated, which I think that's the most likely outcome right now. I think the most likely outcome right now is Vance versus Kamala, and she wins. I think she will be a good president, and I think she will pursue an aggressive policy agenda. I think both Biden, the last two Democratic presidents, I think, used the power that they had to the extent that was possible. They stretched their power to extract as much as they possibly could have. You could argue that maybe Obama could have done more. And he was a bit naive, I think, in hindsight. He was a bit naive, thinking he could, negotiate with Republicans in good faith. I think that held him back. But you can't make that argument for Biden. I mean, he definitely used the office of the presidency to do as much as he possibly could, and I think he got a lot done. And but yeah, I mean, I'm not overly concerned about policy right now. It's just about taking as many seats away from them as possible, and that means that to a certain extent, ideology kind of doesn't matter. Like, I feel like we're putting the cart so far before the horse. Like, if we're going to have conversations and debates about should we do 15 an hour versus 18 an hour? Should we do single payer versus public option? Should we do like, these are conversations that I feel like should be had when there's a reasonable path to get the kind of majorities that you would need to get those policies done. But we're not in that country right now. The country that we live in right now, it's like a hard cap of like 54 senators. And the most pressing issue in the country right now is like when we elect Republicans to be president, fucking millions of people die. Like, I don't know. Not to sound too alarmist, but so we got to stop that. That's got to be the priority. So I just, we need to excite and get young people to vote, right? Let's run Kamala or Hillary. That'll do it. I'm just telling you, according to the polls right now, Kamala is the clear front runner in the Democratic Party. She has pretty clearly indicated that she's going to run again. And, here are the facts. She did pretty good in an anti-incumbent environment, in a change election. She did pretty good. Let's be clear. I mean, that was a close election. Her book was a total flop. Are you making stuff up? There's no way that's true. Hold on. There's no way that's true. I'm sure she made a grip of cash on that thing. No, Kamala Harris's most recent memoir has not flopped in terms of sales. In fact, it has done quite commercially well so far. 107 days, sold around 350,000 copies in the US in its first week, and has been projected to sell at least 500,000 copies overall. That's not a flop. What are you talking about? You can look at the Wikipedia. It's in the Wikipedia. Go to the Wikipedia. Reception contents. I assume receptions. There it is right there. Yeah. As of September 30th, 2025, the book has sold 350,000 copies in the US and is projected to sell at least 500,000 copies. I would take any book sales with a grain of salt. Politicians will buy pallets of their own books to increase sales. I know I've seen that happen. Yeah. I personally love Kamala since she's an Indian woman who worked her way to the top. She's inspiring. Man, you know what, guys? She would be a good president. She would have made a really good president. That's facts. She would have made a really good president, man. She's got grit, man. She's a fighter. Did you buy it? I did buy her book. I haven't listened to it yet. Did buy her book. She would have made a good president, man. And she ran a good campaign. She was competitive in an anti-incumbent change election. And she was competitive. That's not easy. And she had such a tiny amount of time to campaign. Put her against Vance after 4 years of Trump, she will mop him. She will mop him. So some people are like, oh God, I hope it's not Kamala. She'll lose again. I think that's really myopic thinking. Don't think bigger. Think outside of, oh, she lost in 2024. Just go deeper with it. Go deeper with the analysis. She will fuck Vance up after 4 years of Trump. Hutch's favorite word, myopic. It is. It's been one of my favorite words for a really long time. It's a great word. You lack imagination. It's like kind of it's like a cooler way of telling someone that their analysis is stupid. It's fancier. Okay. Sorry, we gotta get through this.
We received yesterday reflect that Donald Trump traveled on Epstein's private.
Sorry, Bad Company with $5. Pretty good against MAGA. Won't cut it. We need record breaking like we had with Biden. Just to be clear, Biden broke record in terms of turnout, but that was another really close election. She didn't do that much worse than Biden did in 2020. It was like marginal difference.
Private jet many more times than previously has been reported or that we were aware of, including during the period we would expect to charge in a Maxwell case. In particular, he is listed as a passenger on at least 8 flights between 1993 and 1996, including at least 4 flights on which Maxwell was also present. He is listed as having traveled with, among others, and at various times, Marla Maples, his daughter Tiffany, and his son Eric. On one flight in 1993, he and Epstein are the only 2 listed passengers. On another, the only 3 passengers are Epstein, Trump, and then 20-year-old, and this is redacted. Often these redactions are associated with victims. On 2 other flights, 2 of the passengers, respectively, were women who would be possible witnesses in a Maxwell case.
She can't run the same campaign. If she does, then she won't win the primary. She won't. I promise you, she won't. She'll run as like a bulldog. Which she is, by the way. She is a bulldog. Kamala Harris is a fucking bulldog. She is a killer. She is a fighter. Spend some time looking into her career. She does not fuck about. Up until the 2020 primary, she had a flawless political track record. I don't think she ever lost an election before the 2020 primary. Flawless? Oh, you mean losses? Yeah, that's what I mean. She was undefeated until the 2020 primaries. Kamala 2028 slogan, I told you so. No, definitely not that. It can be that spiritually. The bulldog who couldn't stand up to Biden, sure. I mean, that was, that's on her. It's on Biden for being self-centered and narcissistic and making that election about him when it shouldn't have been. That was, pretty big betrayal. But ultimately it's on her for going along with that. So, but no, I mean, are you questioning that she's a fighter? Come on, what are you doing? You don't win like a seat as the San Francisco DA and then go on to win the California AG seat and then go on to win a Senate seat. Career prosecutor, you know, decorated senator. You don't get to where she got, especially given who she is and quite frankly, like her identity. You don't get to where she got in life not being a fighter. I mean, she had to fight harder to get where she had to go. Who would you pick to lead the Democrat ticket in 2028? Right now, if I could pick it unilaterally, I would pick Mark Kelly. I think that guy is very electable. That guy's got electable just written all over his beautiful bald head. My prediction, and I could be wrong about this, but my prediction is that there's going to be a strong appetite for, I'm avoiding the word like bipartisanship. There's going to be a strong appetite for like people, I think, especially a lot of normies, get really turned off by politics because it's so divisive and polarizing these days. And Trump is like a chaos agent. He's like a kerosene. He's like kerosene. He's like an accelerant. And I think people are going to like the masses, the public masses are going to be yearning for like a uniter. And I think to a certain extent, that's like one of the reasons why Biden won in 2020 was because I think that appetite was there then too. So I think it's reasonable to expect that the Democratic primaries are going to be all about like grit and fight and confrontation. You know, very hostile rhetoric towards Trump. And I think we're going to get to the general and it's going to be a more kind of uniting tone. Static Air, I did. Yeah, you're like the 15th person that's asked me this question. I'm sorry, I'm not annoyed. We watched it live. Like we watched their conversation live. Which is explaining why I think JB and Gavin have a leg up in the primary. I'd say more Gavin than JB, but there's a disconnect, which we've been talking about a lot on the podcast and conversations with Laksha, just anecdotally observing how things are going right now. There is a disconnect, a kind of incongruence between the Democratic primary voter base and the general electorate. The primary voters, like the Democratic voters that are really engaged and really charged up and really angry, they're looking for like an Oberyn Martell. Maybe that's the worst example I could have given, but like Braun. They're looking for a Braun, you know? They're looking for a champion that will fight for them, that will just ruthlessly, viciously attack Donald Trump. And I think they're motivated by a sense of justice. Like they're really upset about a lack of kind of like justice in the world. They're really mad that Donald Trump is not really going to be held accountable for the crazy shit that he does and is doing. That's just what I observed. And I don't think the general electorate, like the, you know, a good chunk of the 40% of the country that are registered independent, roughly 40%, might be higher now, might be like 45%. I think a lot of them are not really interested in the fight. They're not really interested in the R versus D fight. And so the Democratic nominees, in order to win the primary, they're going to have to, like, whoever wins that primary is going to be like someone who they're all going to run like really aggressive like fight kind of primary contests, and then whoever makes it to the general, whoever it is, the most likely answer right now is Kamala, but that could change. So whether it's Kamala or Gavin Newsom or Mark Kelly, once they pivot to the general, they're going to pivot to a more kind of uniting. It's time to move on. It's time to close this ugly chapter. It's time to recognize our neighbors as Americans just like we are. This has to stop. I think it's going to be like that. Quite frankly, I think that's what I want. The kind of messaging that I want. Because this is unsustainable. It's not sustainable. So, yeah. Yeah. Wait, really? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not talking about unilateral disarmament, to be clear. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about messaging. I don't think Gavin can win because California has such a shit rep outside of Cali. I think he can win because he is doing a really good job of appealing to Democratic primary voters right now. I don't, you know. I mean, yeah, he could win a general election, but I think there are other candidates who are better positioned to win a general against whoever the Republican nominee is going to be in 2028. So I kind of hope it's not Gavin. But yeah, I think I do want someone like Mark Kelly to... You guys, the president is so fucking influential. You guys understand this? Like, their job is so much more important than just, you know, being in charge of the army or the armed services or the military. It's like being in charge of the military and, you know, signing bills into law. It's like they set the tone for the entire country. And they're profoundly influential on the way that people behave. I think Biden had the right idea, but like, I don't really know. Like, I don't really know what to do. I don't really know what to do about like the Republican media apparatus. Like, until someone finds a way to blunt their attacks, like really meaningfully blunt their attacks, then we're just kind of fucked. Just kind of fucked, you know. But in my opinion, hyperpolarization is the number one problem in the country right now. Without a doubt. The number one problem in the country right now is hyperpolarization. It's causing a cascading series of other problems to be exacerbated. We can't really effectively work on all the other problems until the hyperpolarization situation mellows out. So you need someone who has who can strike the right balance of grit and fortitude and fight, because that is needed right now. But if we're ever going to be kind of like guided out of this period of hyperpolarization, it's going to be because we have someone who is kind of like a generational leader. And that person's going to have to balance like the grit and the fight with like a genuine, sincere desire for an effort to accomplish like a uniting, like a reuniting, like it has to be both. Like it has to be both. A couple of my favorite movies in the last 5 years are about hyperpolarization. in one way or another. Alex Garland's Civil War and One Battle After Another are both movies that explore hyperpolarization through a narrative process. One Battle After Another is kind of like a dark comedy. Civil War is like much more like, this is what it looks like. Civil War was an awful movie, genuinely terrible. Agree to disagree. I love Alex Garland films. Like, I've never seen an Alex Garland film that I didn't really love, including Men. Meb Blarg says Civil War doesn't do that. It absolutely does that, yeah. If you watch Alex Garland's interviews about Civil War, he straight up said, this is a movie about hyperpolarization. And the same thing with like One Battle After Another, like it used hyperpolarization as a kind of like backdrop to like this father-daughter story. Eddington is another really good example. Yeah, Eddington is another really good example. Like all three of those films are kind of in one way or another. Two of them are kind of absurd. Like One Battle After Another and Eddington they kind of move into absurdity a bit more for comedic purposes. But they're kind of addressing like the same kind of thing, you know? The bear in Annihilation was A+ monster design. Oh man, I loved Annihilation so much when I saw that in theaters. My God. Swanee Bird with $5. What would you think of a national unity ticket? Democratic president, Republican VP, like what Lincoln did during the Civil War. I have to say, I'm of two minds on that. That's what I'll say. There is like a Aaron Sorkin kind of idealist liberal in me that likes the idea of that, and I think it could serve a very useful purpose. But the rational side of me kicks in and is like, no, we can't really afford to do that. Like, I'm not willing to give the Republican Party a single inch. Like, here's what might make me more open to something like that, but even then, I'm a bit dubious. It would have to be someone who like resigned from the Republican Party. It would have to be someone who is not a Republican. Like if Mitt Romney resigned and served as an independent VP with the pledge to not run for president, then I could be open to something like that. But I'm still leaning against I'm still leaning towards no on that one. I like RD split ticket, but I'm not sure we're ready for it. For now, implement split ticket primary results. Dem president first, VP pick as runner-up. Bad Company with $5. A unity president is the perfect mask for AG Mark Elias going demon on the current admin. I just think that people need to keep their expectations reasonably in check because, guys, I know you don't want to hear this. It pains me to say it, literally. Donald Trump is going to pardon himself and everybody in that cabinet on his way out the door. So if there's any kind of charges that come to anybody in this administration, it's going to be state level charges like Letitia James. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, Letitia James. And why am I forgetting the prosecutor in Georgia? Who's the prosecutor in Georgia that brought the RICO case? I forgot her name. Fonnie Willis, yeah. So those were state level charges. So that, you know, but there it's as far as federal prosecution, you know, the Democrats do another subcommittee here, like they did with like January 6th, the subcommittee, they investigated January 6th for, I think, a year in total, around a year in total. They made criminal referrals that actually informed Jack Smith's indictments. That's not going to happen the next time. He's going to pardon himself and everybody in his cabinet on his way out the door. And he's very, in my opinion, is very unlikely to experience any kind of legal accountability. I think he's going to die fabulously wealthy, not having spent a single day in prison. And I'm at peace with that, to be honest with you. I'm pretty zen about the whole thing. So special counsel and have the president void Trump's pardons. I don't know. I mean, that's one thing that has not been tested in the courts is, like, do presidents have the constitutional authority to pardon themselves? As far as I'm aware, that is an open question as far as legal precedent. But come on, guys. Do we really expect this Supreme Court to not grant him that authority? So I just don't see it in the cards, you know. If Alex Garland thought he was depicting extreme polarization, he did it in the most timid way. Not exploring any of the motivation and vague posting through the eyes of a photojournalist is bad. The whole point of that film, not to get bogged down in a film debate, but the whole point of the film, like, I don't know, for me, one of the most interesting, that's a bullshit word. I think for me, like, one of the most compelling aspects of Civil War was not even in the movie itself. I've talked about this a few times, so forgive me for repeating myself, but not everybody in the chat has listened to every word I've said. But if you guys remember, Civil War, I think, came out in 2023 or 2022, was it? And in the movie, there are these different factions. Like, I would have to pull up the map. There's like the DC faction, and that's with the fascist president played by Nick Offerman. And then there is, hold on, Civil War movie map. Let me pull it up. Civil War movie map. Is this it here? Save as. Wait, save. Boom. Saved images. Save to collection. Here's a better map. No, that's not it. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop burping into the mic. I apologize. It's taken me a second to make this point, but it's a good point. It's a good point that Alex Garland made. Boom. I'm doing this the hard way. Boom. 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 Okay. This is the map in Civil War. And I don't know if you guys remember, but when the movie, before it even released, they were doing the press junket. They were going around giving interviews and promoting the movie. And before the movie even dropped, they released this map. And everybody saw California and Texas as a part of a single alliance. And everybody there were, not everybody, but there were a lot of people that were really upset and pissed, and they felt like Alex Garland didn't take a strong enough political stance. Like, they wanted the movie to be partisan. They wanted Nick Offerman, his take on like a fascist presidency. They wanted him to be like a registered Republican, and they wanted to explicitly name groups like the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys and et cetera, et cetera. And they saw this alliance between Texas and California, and they were like, that's fucking ridiculous. That's never going to happen. But that was kind of like a meta. Is that the right word? That was Alex Garland being kind of meta, because the fact that people had that reaction, I can't even possibly imagine Texas and California joining forces against a fascist president. The fact that people couldn't even conceive of that was kind of the point of the movie. The reason you can't conceive of that is because the country is hyperpolarized. And the point of the movie was to just demonstrate in a very realistic way the consequences of, or potential consequences of, hyperpolarization in the modern era. It would just turn into pockets of disparate militias like fighting each other while everybody on the outskirts just went about their lives. And I just thought that was I thought that was a brilliant way of making that point. But for some people, like that one guy in YouTube chat, for some people, they felt like it was fence sitting, but it wasn't. I don't think it was fence sitting. I think he was making a really important point. Let's put it this way. If you're a filmmaker and you're inspired to make a movie about a problem that's getting worse and worse, about a problem that could theoretically and plausibly lead to something like what we saw in Civil War, and if your goal as a filmmaker is to jolt people out of their kind of hyperpartisan lens so that they can fully appreciate the risk of where this goes if it continues to go this way, that includes MAGA, right? That includes, like, ideally you want someone who is MAGA to watch that video or watch that movie, sorry. And maybe that would help to jolt them, right? You're not going to reach a lot of MAGA people if you just make the movie explicitly partisan. At that point, it just becomes liberal masturbation. And it defeats the point. And in fact, you could argue it makes it worse. You can't make a movie that's supposed to be a cautionary tale against hyperpolarization while feeding into hyperpolarization. So, I don't know. I fully supported his vision of that movie. I thought he was making a really important point. It's not to say that, you know, I don't know. I feel like some people took that to just they got the wrong lesson from that whole framing. Dazwadani with $5. I could see a world where Trump would be narcissistic and addled enough to not pardon his admin. It's the funniest world, but a man can dream. I can't see that world. I think he's going to pardon everybody. I think that's obviously going to happen. What's good, Hutch? Did you ever check out Jenk saying he wants to team up with Fuentes? I did see like a little clip of that. If somebody has the full video, we can watch that. We're kind of moving at a snail's pace today, but I'm enjoying the conversation with you guys. Austin with $2. What if Trump perishes in office? I'm not going to even respond to that question because I don't know how to say what I want to say without. That would be a world. That would be a world that we would all live in. That could be a thing that we. Mr. Skyboy with $5. Did you hear about Ken Martin considering RCV for the primary? I did, yeah. That would be pretty significant. if you guys were unaware, Ken Martin, the head of the DNC, is considering doing ranked choice voting. But how does that even work? Don't the individual states determine their election systems, or does the DNC could the DNC force all the different states to do ranked choice voting? I don't even know. Dasvidanya, how does that work? Zora Mura, why do you not think Gavin would be ideal? He may come off as coastal elite, but he's been reaching out to middle America. Newsom Bashir sounds like a strong ticket for 2028. It's because Gavin is super, super, super partisan, which is exciting for primary voters and a turnoff for general voters. Like Gretchen Whitmer is considerably less partisan. I would say JB Pritzker is less partisan, but not by much. Talarico is like way less partisan. He's probably not going to run in 2028, but Dwight with $5. Did you see volume 8 of the EP files got released accidentally? Yeah, that's actually the movie that we're watching right now. Kumar with sorry, not movie, video. Kumar with $2. Best chance for Unity ticket is Adam Kinzinger. I would not. Hey, I'm about to say something. No, okay, I wouldn't go that far. I had a name in my head that I was like, you know what? I'd even be open to ... I'm just not going to say that name, and I take it back before I even said it. Kinzinger. It would have to be someone who would agree to govern like the president they'd be serving under if anything happened to that president. You know? Like the VP, that's, you know, that's probably like the reason why ultimately I would oppose a Unity ticket, because if something happens to the president, it's like, okay, now we have a Republican president. So like, you know, that to me is unacceptable. So it's fun to think about in an Aaron Sorkin West Wing, you know, kind of theoretical conversation, but CoffeeZilla dropped a video telling you how to access the files and emails yourself. It's set up like a Gmail account so you can view the emails in Gmail, you mean? And the files in J Drive? I don't know what any of that means. Big TD with $2. What is the shocking news about Collargate? All right, you know what? Let's actually just do that now, because it's so funny. So I'm about to play you a video, okay? This came from an account called Hassan's Old Tweets. I'm about to play you a video, okay? Swanibird with $10. I think we're long overdue for a slew of constitutional amendments checking executive and judicial power. Give Supreme Court term limits, reductions in presidential pardon power, limits in presidential power to wage war. Yes to all three. Fully agree. 100,000%. That doesn't mean it's likely to happen, but you're right. Yes, we need Supreme Court reforms. I would abolish the Electoral College, personally. Get rid of that shit. Checks on executive and judicial power. Like a binding code of ethics for the Supreme Court. Yep. Honestly, I'm almost inclined to just get rid of the pardon power. That's like a crazy power that we give leaders. It's just open corruption as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there's good uses of the pardon power, like both Obama and Biden pardoned a fucking shitload of nonviolent drug offenders, which I think was very good. So maybe we don't get rid of the pardon power, but yeah, that shit needs to be reformed. The office of the president should also be abolished. Thoughts? No, that doesn't work, because you do need someone who's at the tippy top for all this to work. There's just no way for this to work without clearly designated leader. All right, I'm about to play you a video, okay? And the video that I am about to play you is... Hang on a second. Okay. Wait, I don't even understand the context of what I'm looking at right now. All right, so there is... It looks like a Facebook post or maybe an Instagram post. I can't tell. The first video I'm going to show you is, quote, a shock collar ad for a San Diego-based trainer in February 2025 while Hassan was in Japan or on vacation. Now, I don't know if the person who posted this has all the correct information here. It's possible that they got the timeline wrong, so I'm relying completely on their interpretation of the timeline here. But in this video, there's a very familiar dog right there. That sure looks like Kaya. In fact, that's Kaya. The text says, guess which one isn't e-collar trained? There's 3 dogs. It's a little bit pixelated here. Here's Kaya. Here's another dog. And here's another dog. And the caption says, guess which one isn't e-collar trained?
Tucker, come.
And there's only one dog remains there, with the obvious implication being Kaya is e-collar trained.
The best trainer.
This guy's name is Pat. The name of this account is Pat. This is Pat's Pack. We've all seen this one, which is this guy talking about using shock collars.
San Diego.
Oh, yeah.
His name is Pat. Do you send him?
Oh, this isn't Pat, but the trainer's name is Pat.
He trained my dog, too.
And my dog.
Brian.
You sent him for 2 weeks?
2 or 3 weeks. You have to, bro.
What does he get trained to do?
To everything. Shock on.
So this was all very vague at the time. Like, we didn't know who this Pat person was. I don't know who dug this up, but they found this account named Pat. They found Kaya in a video, and in the video, the person is very clearly saying that he's training Kaya with a shock collar. I mean, this is fucking dead to rights. That guy's not Pat. Yeah, I corrected myself. So he's not Pat, but he's talking about a trainer that both he and Hassan used, named Pat, in San Diego. And apparently, according to this account called Hassan's Old Tweets, this video was posted when Hassan was in Japan. It's a San Diego-based trainer. That is Kaya. And they're talking about, like, the guy's basically saying, I'm training Kaya with a shock collar. I mean, that is fucking dead to rights. What's more is the same trainer posted an advertisement on their page showcasing the literal exact model of shock collar that the manufacturer speculated that it was in that email. When somebody reached out to them via email and said, what is your opinion on what this model looks like? They said it was this exact model with the prongs removed somehow. They found it. They found the guy. They found the guy. They found the Pat trainer in San Diego. The internet will find everything. They will figure it out at some point. But this shit is dead to rights. So very obviously this guy is showing off that he prefers this collar. He trains dogs
The best.
with that collar. And here's fucking Kaya on a post about like, guess which one isn't e-collar trained. I mean, that shit is dead to rights. I am ready to convict if I am on a jury at this point. What's sad is like, this is probably not going to make a lot of headlines. I think Collargate has probably run its course, but it's just another, I can't help but think of what Hassan said about what's Moist Critical's real name again? What's his name again? Charlie. That's his name. Yeah. Charlie did that video calling out Hassan for the Collargate stuff, and Hassan responded by accusing Charlie of maliciously attacking him, of jumping on a bandwagon and maliciously attacking him. I can't stop. I always think about that in the context of Collargate. Like, that is how far Hassan is willing to go to try to protect his image. He will not only blatantly lie to his audience, and his orbit are so, like, it is like cult-like. None of them want to jeopardize their friendship with Hassan because they've all benefited from him in some way, because Hassan has a ton of internet clout. They've all benefited from him directly. And so they have this like vested interest, you know, like the Taylor Lorenz and the fucking I've Had It podcast lady, whatever the fuck her name is. But Hassan will not only like just blatantly lie in terms of denying just obvious reality, he'll say crazy shit like calling out Charlie and accusing Charlie of just being a malicious bad faith actor. He'll throw other people under the bus in a heartbeat by blatantly lying to protect his own image. And I'm not like a Charlie stan. I don't really know anything about Charlie. Maybe Charlie is a malicious actor. I don't know. Never got those vibes personally, but you never know. But that's not the point. The point is like, he knew what he did. You know, Hassan knew what he did. He didn't hesitate to, you know, deflect valid criticism away and accuse Charlie of being bad faith. I mean, I just feel like that shit drives me insane. That should be a mortal fucking sin. If you cover, especially if you cover politics for a living, if it's your job to inform people, you know, if people look to you for information because they value your opinion, they value your judgment, your analysis, you do that for a living, the mortal sin of that job, of that field, that career should be lying. It should be the mortal sin. If you get caught lying, that should seriously damage your reputation. How can you go to that person for how could you reliably go to that person for information at that point? And it just blows my mind. But this is just so fucking funny. How did they find this? How did they find this guy? How the fuck did the internet find this guy? Was it an accident, or was it a Hassan anti-fan that just scoured the fucking internet for San Diego dog trainers? Like, that's what I want to know. Where did this information come from? Here's more evidence of this trainer using a shock collar, quote, TENS collar, as Hassan also calls it sometimes. That's true. That's true. In some of those clips, Hassan was saying, oh, it's a TENS collar. I agree. Prong collars are useful tools if you know how to use it, just like e-collars. Pat says, you aren't wrong. I'd let you train my dog.
Yeah, she's very afraid. So I see you're using a TENS collar on him, too.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's the guy. Pat's back, expert dog training San Diego. From obedience training to behavioral support, we help your dog thrive. Dog board and training, dog training for results. I don't say anything about the shock collar there.
Like the use of either like a long leash is through like the use of either like a long leash and then graduate to an e-collar is like the best training tools for that. You know, so that way like you can actually communicate with her, you know, without.
E-collar is just the dumbest name. Just the stupidest name. Like a lot of people don't like shock collars. So they came up with this new language, an e-collar. It's just the dumbest name. It's like so obviously they're just trying to rebrand. It's the same exact thing. It's just a shock collar. E for electronic. No, I mean, I understand, but I'm just saying, like, it's just they're changing the name so it doesn't sound as bad. It's the same thing though. It's just a shock collar.
Actually having like a leash, because that's really what it is. Once she has a certain level of perceived freedom, she's like, I'm gonna make this decision over here, and I know you can't really follow through with it because you can't catch me. So you have to show her that, like, hey, yeah, when I say come, you know, I'm going to figure out a way to make it happen every time. So you're going to have to figure out to just work with me there.
There's something about, like, I don't know, I try to be fair. I'm firm, but I think I'm fair. And I try to challenge. I'm not always perfect, but I try to challenge my own biases. Because there's nothing wrong with wanting a well-behaved dog. I think it's irresponsible to not do like some training with your dog. But there's something a bit odd to me about the kind of personality that needs their dog to be like perfectly obedient. I don't know. Like, it depends on what field you're in. Like for canines, okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. You need like very well trained and completely obedient dogs to make a canine viable. But for just like a house pet, this primal need for some people to have this like perfectly obedient dog kind of creeps me out. Kind of creeps me out a little bit. Does Hutch know what canine means? I don't know, but I've been around canines. My dad, we got a canine when he was retired named Max. This fucking German Shepherd. Bulky dog. This dog was fucking big. That, bro. Hutch means canine unit. Wait, what? What did I say? Canine is all dogs? Huh? Wait, a canine is... Oh. That's not... Wait. Oh. Oh my god, it all makes sense now. K9, canine. I'm having a moment right now. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is Finkel. I mean a police dog. I mean a police dog. When I say canine, I'm thinking of K9, like K9. But yeah, we had a retired canine named Max. What the fuck was that? Holy shit. I think so, yeah, because I saw the I was gonna ask you if you wanted to.
Exercise.
Yeah.
Them if they...
Have you guys watched The Great Flood on YouTube on Netflix yet? Looks interesting. And then my sister trained canines. Canine police dogs. I don't know what to say. In my mind, K9 was always meant police dogs. That's what my cop family called them, was canines. Canine units or whatever. I don't know what they said, but yeah. Canines are a subfamily Caninae in the family Canidae. Okay. Aren't front teeth called canines as well or something? No, I don't think so. propaganda is pervasive and devious. Wait, is the Great Flood propaganda? Huh? Every day you never fail to confound me. I'm just saying, I was around canine police dogs for years of my life, and my cop family members all called them canines. K9s. K9s. Canine teeth are the sharp ones that poke down. Oh, okay. Are you smarter than a first grader? Apparently on some topics, the answer to that is no. All right, we're never going to get through this. All right. Anyways, they found his trainer, guys. They found his trainer who posted a video of Kaya. They found the trainer. How did the internet do that? That is bananas. Hassan's haters are truly the most desperate, and that reminds me of the line in One Battle After Another when you first meet the Christmas Adventurers Club, and he says what their job is. What does he say their job is? To silence the haters, the punks, and the the what? Hold on, it was the haters, the punks, and the what was it? There was a third thing. Dude, everybody bust out laughing when we saw that. Lunatics, haters, the lunatics, haters, and punk trash. It's so good. So good. What was the rest of that? Hassan's haters are truly the most desperate, and 99% of the comments always prove how little they actually know / watch his streams, or how single pets who love their owners always want to be near them when they hear their voice talking. My cat does this when I stream. We saw it happen a lot during COVID. This is bait. That's bait, right? Bait. Dwight with $2, but Hutch, there's a genocide going on. Haven't you heard? I'd take it back. Osvedonian with $5. Honestly, how you handle apportioning out of delegates and RCV for presidential primaries hurts my brains. It'd be easier if they were all on the same day. That feels more democratic to do it all on the same day, by the way. But I guess if you're a political party, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is it more democratic or yeah? Led with $2 posted a link to Jmail, J for Jeffrey, in React. Gotcha. In React, in political videos, React. Oh, there it is. Jmail. Okay. Jmail, Jeffrey Epstein's emails. This is loading very slow, so maybe it's getting just hammered servers right now. What the fuck am I looking at? What is this? It looks like my... Is this a... What the fuck? This is a cool tool. I feel weird putting it on my screen because I'm afraid it's going to dox me somehow. But is this... Did they just copy the template of Gmail? Is that what it is? Don't show it? Do you believe the next Dem president should do tit for tat against the Republicans? That entirely depends on what you mean by tit for tat. Excuse me. That entirely depends. But I think I would say no. I think I would just say no. Like, there's some stuff that I would want to see the president do in terms of accountability, or in terms of like facilitating accountability in their own way. But I don't want the next Dem president, for example, to write a memorandum or to do a executive order and then instruct the attorney general to investigate, like Sean Hannity or something like that. That would be bad. What I do want is all those names, that shit needs to come down. The Donald Trump JFK like library or whatever that is, that's gone. His name off the building immediately. All that shit. I want Donald Trump's name purged from everything. Izanagi, is that how you say that? With $10, just wanted to apologize for stream sniping you during the Modern Warfare free race to prestige. It's been weighing on my mind for years now. Oh my god. Wow. That is wow. Memories. The Modern Warfare 3 race to prestige. Boy, was I smoking a lot of weed at that point in my life. My god. I was brazen about it too. I would buy like gummies. I would buy like gummies. Just walk around the machinima offices chewing gummies. And for some reason I thought it didn't smell, but I was wrong. It was like suckers. It was like it wasn't gummies, it was suckers. It was like Jolly Ranchers, but with weed. So I'm just sitting there sucking on this like edible. And one day, Lockie's standing next to me and he's like, "You smell like weed. What is that?" I was like, "Yeah, it's weed." From the ashes with $2, my vote to whoever promises Obama Kennedy Center. That could be fun, but I think you just take the Trump away. Area 51 donated $5. Random question, but how would you rank these 4 90s bands? Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Radiohead, Nine Inch Nails. Number 1, Radiohead. Number 2, Nine Inch Nails. Number 3, Soundgarden. Number 4, Alice in Chains. That would be my definitive list there. But they're all great. I'd say they're all great. There's no wrong. I think there's no wrong answer for that. Literally no wrong answer for that question. The Trib with $2. Do you think Tucker Carlson would run for president? No, I don't. And now I think I'm caught up. Okay.
We've just finished reviewing the full records, more than 100 pages of very small script, and didn't want any of this to be a surprise down the road. And this is signed by an assistant U.S. attorney for the Southern District of New York. In other words, a federal prosecutor sent this email.
An individual in the Discord alleged you advocated for war with Iran. Would you like to address these claims? What? Is this in the politics channel? What channel is that in? I did not say that. I absolutely did not say that. What I said last night on the podcast was that the Donald Trump strike in Iran was just an unequivocal W. But the reason why it was a W was because it didn't progress into a war. Like the big concern was that's a significant escalation, much like killing Soleimani. Or Soleimani, however you say his name. But the reason why it was an unequivocal dub is because they didn't really retaliate at all. They just turned their belly up and submitted, basically. But yeah.
And you'll see it has document number 29798. Now, that first letter that purports to be from Epstein to Larry Nassar, that was sent here. Pull it up right here. Look at the date, August 13th of 2019. And that was postmarked a few days actually after Epstein died. But we've heard about the potential existence of a letter like that before, and this idea that Epstein may have sent a letter and it may have been rejected and sent back after he died. Now, the Associated Press actually did public records requests back in 2023 to the Bureau of Prison. They found emails that reference that letter, but they never were able to uncover the actual letter, just emails back and forth that reference the Epstein-Nasser letter. So this was an article from June 2nd, 2023. Prison documents reveal.
Oh my God. Is there video of the accident? The Vince Zampella accident? Maybe I shouldn't even say that. God, man, that's so crazy. That's so crazy, man. I've driven that highway. I've driven that highway so many times. That is not a highway that you speed on. That is not a highway that you speed on. What a horrible tragedy. What a horrible thing that to have happen. Guys, that is not a, like, pull it up on Google Maps. Pull up the Angeles Crest Highway and just look at that highway. That is not a highway that you go nuts on. Especially not in a 296 GTB when you're not a fucking racing driver. Yeah, that's a very, very bad decision.
Jeffrey Epstein tried to reach out to Larry Nasser, gymnastics coach convicted of sexual abuse. While he was in prison, disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein.
The LA car community begs to differ. It's a go-to spirited driving road as far as I know. I mean, I would not speed on that highway. There's a lot of turns that you can't see if there's a car coming in the opposite direction until you make the turn. There's like tons of turns like that. And it's also just like, it's like a cliff. Like the outer lane is like a cliff that you could, it's not like a, you know, like a straight down cliff, but it's, you know, pretty steep cliff. It is windy and narrow. Yeah. But if you go up to Angeles Crest, there are some lookout spots that you can perch on with this really beautiful bird's eye view of the city. It's really breathtaking. It's like, in my opinion, one of the prettiest views in Los Angeles. And so we've done this like 15 times. We'll drive up there and go to the lookout point and just park the car, put on classical music and just like read books. And it's very pretty, but it's a pretty dangerous road. Yeah.
Sent a letter to Larry Nasser, the former Olympic doctor who sexually abused girls for decades, new documents reveal. The Associated Press first reported the discovery, which was found in the midst of over 4,000 pages.
Is it the highway on the left of GTA 5? Maybe. That would make sense. GTA 5 map. GTA 5 interactive map. Is it the highway on the left of GTA 5? No, that would be PCH. That would be like Pacific Coast Highway. I think it would be like this. It would be like this one here. Where it's like this mountainous kind of freeway. It's not 1-to-1. But it would be like one of these kind of highways in here. Might be this one here. But yeah, it's just really beautiful scenery and
of documents the news agency obtained nearly 4 years after Epstein, who was accused of child sex trafficking, died of an apparent suicide in New York City jail while awaiting trial. The new documents offer additional insight into what documents previously released by the Federal Bureau of Prisons, BOP, in 2021 revealed about Epstein's suicide. The documents were acquired from the Bureau of Prisons under the Freedom of Information Act and shed light on Epstein's death and his behavior during his 36 days at the Metropolitan Correction Center, MCC, including his attempt to connect with Nasser, according to the AP. An investigator discovered Epstein's letter to Nasser in the jail mailroom weeks after Epstein was found dead, according to the documents.
I just watched it. Yeah. Coming out of a tunnel too, where you don't have that's really irresponsible, negligent. I don't know.
It
what
was
you call
not part of the documents obtained by either the AP or CNN, but the documents reference that the letter was returned to the jail in September 2019, weeks after Epstein's death. Quote, "It appeared he mailed it out and it was returned back to him," the investigator told a prison official in an email included in the documents. Quote, "I'm not sure if I should open it or if
that vid is not the same. Wait, did I get Facebooked? Are you sure?
We should hand it over to anyone." The copy of the email exchange by CNN, obtained by CNN, is redacted and does not reference Nasser by name, but in their reply, an MCC staff attorney described the original addressee of Epstein's letter as, quote, "the former doctor of the U.S. female gymnastics team that was convicted of molesting a..."
Wrong car? Are we all getting Facebooked? That's making the rounds here. It looks like the same spot. Are you sure it's not the same car? Are you sure?
Bunch of girls under the guide of medical procedures examination.
It is. They proved it was after they said it wasn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's it.
Examinations. The attorney added some of the victim accounts are pretty horrific. It is unclear if the two men had any relationship. Also, an article from The Guardian described the letter from Epstein to Nasser that was previously reported among the documents that were found in the mailroom weeks after Epstein's death. Okay, so I want to give you all of that context. So that letter purportedly sent from Epstein and Nasser was referenced before, but the actual letter itself was never uncovered.
Captain America was 17 months. Thank you so much. Did you guys see the Doomsday teaser? Is it spoilers to talk about it yet? Did they put it online? It's still not online. You still can't. I mean, you can find it everywhere online, but don't say anything, please. All right. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. No, I'm seeing no, Marvel posted it. Marvel Studios posted it. Yeah, there's an HD version of it. If you guys don't want me to talk about it, I don't have to talk about it, but I think they are cooking with Doomsday, you guys. Boy, are they cooking, guys. Fucking spoilers, though. There's nothing in it. Well, I mean, if you want to go in like knowing absolutely nothing, then it would be kind of like shocking, I guess. But we've kind of known that certain actors were going to be showing up in Doomsday for a while. Nah, this is pure desperation. I know that's what it looks like. I understand that's what it looks like, but there's really strong evidence that this was always the plan. That's not cope. There's very strong evidence peppered throughout the MCU, and particularly in Endgame. There's a few moments that really stick out in Endgame that make it somewhat clear that they kind of always planned on doing this, on where they're going with it. There's literally nothing of substance in the trailer. I mean, that doesn't seem true. Major's issue made it a little trickier for sure. Supposedly, the plan was always for Doom to be the big bad in Secret Wars. Supposedly, the Kang Dynasty was supposed to end with Doom showing up. And supposedly, the plan was always to have RDJ play Doom, because supposedly they already had it mapped out where they wanted to go. Like, Endgame was not the end. Like, it was only meant to make you think it was the end, but excuse me. I'm not getting into spoilers. I mean, come on. They had higher hopes for Kang, but they fucked that character up. You just like, everybody's made the same observation, but you can't have your next big bad be bested by Ant-Man. Like, that just doesn't work. So narrative wise, they fucked that up. And so that just doesn't work. You can't, like, the Kang is supposed to be like, a bigger bad than Thanos, and he loses to Ant-Man and Quantumania. Like, come on. Give me a break. Like, the first thing we saw of Thanos, like, in action, was him beating the shit out of the Hulk. Okay. That is how you introduce a big bad. Just someone who is toying with Hulk. You do not introduce a big bad by having him lose to fucking Ant-Man. It just, that does not work. Okay. Actual Facts Racing, thank you so much for 10 gifted memberships, buddy. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. Is Tallybots in here? Tallybots. Nice. There you go. But I think Marvel guys, I think they are cooking. Didn't they hint something about Iron Man, Tony Stark, when he met his father? Yeah, not to get super sidetracked with MCU stuff. Okay, we'll just hit on this very briefly. And then we'll go back to the video. And then we'll go back to the Asmongold video. But there's a moment in Endgame when they used the last Pym particle to go back to, when was it? Like the 50s or the 40s or something like that. And Tony meets his father. And there is a moment when he's asking, when Tony is asking his father, they're just making small talk. And Tony's dad mentions that his wife was pregnant. And Tony goes, huh, how far along is she? And Tony's dad goes, I don't know, something like, and he makes a motion with his hand to suggest that it was not just like the first like 2 months or whatever. And then Tony looked like shocked. He looked like shook. And that was a moment that just kind of came and went, and we just kind of dismissed it as nothing. But in the context of where this story is going, now it adds a whole new significance. Because one way to interpret that would be that there's no way that that could have been Tony. There's no way that could have been Tony because the timeline wasn't right. And so then you start to like wonder like, oh, does that give us insight into like how that character is both Tony and Doom in the multiverse? And then there's also kind of another throwaway line that we didn't think about. So the obvious implication there is that Tony is not Tony in the 616. That it's not that Doom is a variant of Tony, it's the other way around. Tony was adopted. He's actually a variant of Doom. And then there's also another line that we all thought was kind of a throwaway line where Tony and Cap are, I can't remember when it happened in Endgame, when this line happened, but at one point Tony says to Steve Rogers, mess with time, it tends to mess back. And then he says something like, you'll get it. Or it'll, I don't know what the exact line is, but you'll understand soon enough or something like that. That line has a pretty significant amount of importance because what does Steve do at the end of Endgame? He goes back in time to put the stones back, but then he stays and creates a branch timeline. And then we find out like the multiverse saga for the MCU is all about how these branched timelines are destabilizing the multiverse. And incursions for in the comics, and then also it's established in the movies. You know, you can have two universes collide; it destroys both universes. And so, at what cost did Steve go back and have that life? Were there consequences to that decision? So, like, all of that, I think, is really cool, compelling, like, narrative. Holy fuck, you're such a nerd, bro. I haven't even begun to nerd out about all, like, the different theories of, you know. It's an interesting disagreement that the writer, so the writer is named Stephen Feely. Is that the guy's name? Or Mick Feely? I can't remember. He wrote like a bunch of the really great MCU films. And he wrote Infinity War and Endgame, and then the Russos directed it. And they actually had a disagreement, like a public disagreement, because there was people would ask the question, when Tony went back and had that life with Peggy, did he create a branch timeline, or was it just that one singular timeline? And the writer maintained that he didn't create a branch timeline. And if that's the case, then when Tony visits Peggy when she's dying, and she talks about her sons, there's like Captain America children in the 616 that we don't know about, in like the mainline, like sacred timeline. But, and that's what the writer says, that he didn't create a branch timeline, according to his opinion. But then the Russos always maintain that he did. And if you create a branch timeline, you can fuck up the multiverse. And so they're not phoning it in for this. I know it just seems like slop. I know it seems like a desperation move to bring Tony back. That's what I thought too, but they're really not. There's a really cool, kind of compelling story. Were we told if Loki season 2 ending is canon? Yeah, of course. Of course it's canon. That's how they dealt with Kang, you know? That's how they dealt with Kang. Like, yeah, anyways. But so that's a whole other thing. Loki was great. Yeah, Loki season 1 and 2 were great. They were awesome. Loki's obviously going to be a big part of Doomsday. Yeah.
Essentially, until what was just released.
It can be written well and desperate at the same time. The point I'm making though is if they had always intended to pick up that thread, if they had always intended to not end with Steve having that like perfect ending, then it's not desperation. That was like the plan the whole time, but yeah.
Right there. Also, you have that other letter from the top federal prosecutors in the Southern District of New York referencing Trump being on the jet with Epstein more than they even expected right there. But what this is all telling me as well is that there's a lot more documents out there, specifically the documents that really need to be released right now are the FBI interviews with the victims, with the witnesses, with all of these people, right? I mean, when we talk about Trump being on the jet with Epstein more than those federal prosecutors expected, they're also referencing an entire corpus of evidence and witness interviews that have yet to be released. Those are the documents that need to get out there. And if what I'm sharing with you references Trump or potentially references Trump in these settings, you could judge for yourself. I'm expressing to you opinion protected by the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, right? I'm giving you my opinion here by showing you what's been produced, and I have a right to give you my First Amendment opinion.
That's clever.
I want to see victims. All this is protected by First Amendment opinion, right? So I want to get you the witness statements. I want to get the FBI statements. I want to get you all these victim and survivor statements. So
is the Epstein stuff going nuts on social media today? Like, is everyone talking about it?
Yesterday, before all this news even broke, I had the opportunity to interview with Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna. He's the Congress member who put forward the discharge petition with Republican.
YouTube is popping off with Epstein bids right now. It's just so fucking funny. Like, not the Epstein stuff. That's not funny. It's horrifying and dark and horrific. But all of this was just such a self-inflicted wound. Like, none of this had to happen. None of this had to happen. Like, they brought it entirely on themselves. And that is kind of funny.
Thomas Massie, and he was spot on when he was saying, we know there's a cover-up taking place, and we want to see the FBI witness interviews, especially...
It's kind of poetic, isn't it? Like, I'm not saying that Epstein is going to be the thing that ultimately brings the administration down, but it's helping, for sure. Obviously, I think the economy is number one. This presidency has deflated like a wet fart faster than any presidency in history. He's essentially already a lame duck. In fact, who was it recently in the Republican Party that just came out and said that they very much doubt that there's going to be another reconciliation bill, big bill, in 2026? Who said that, guys? It was somebody. Was it Mike Johnson or was it Thune? I don't know who it was, but it was like somebody in Republican Party like leadership. My mom said it. Doubtful. It's kind of poetic. Like, you know, the Republican Party have cozied up to insane conspiracy theorists, and it just feels like we're in a moment of chickens coming home to roost right now. Significant fractures in the party right now with Candace Owens and Fuentes and Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson. I mean, it's like kind of a civil war going on, and I think a lot of the public are quite alarmed and disgusted by what they view to be a blatant brazen cover-up. More ironic than poetic. Maybe it's both. I mean, it does feel kind of appropriate. Like the very element that they courted to gain political power, that is to say, the conspiracy theory addled lunatics that they gleefully welcomed into their fold in an effort to build a coalition, is the very thing that is, or, you know, one of the very things that are bringing this presidency down, bringing MAGA down. You can only keep an incoherent coalition together for so long. Yeah. Such a thing is not meant to last. I mean, how do you make a coalition like that last? How do you make an enduring coalition with its roots in white nationalism and conspiracy theories? That is destined to break apart at the seams. Speaking of chickens, please tell me, Hutch, you didn't put a hat on your rooster. I did, though. I'm sorry, but I did. I did put a hat on the rooster.
In light of everything that I just shared with you, we need to see that. So, because what was just uncovered that I'm sharing with you was all yesterday evening, and the Midas Touch Network was one of the first to break this, let me show you the interview I did with...
Breaking per BBC, Russell Brand has been charged with rape. Oh my God, that finally happened. Jesus, that's been... How long has that been going on? Like 2 years? Russell Brand charged with 2 new offenses, one of rape and one of sexual assault. I feel like it's been longer than 3 years, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. Has it been 3 years? Because I remember stories about how he had been, I don't know how the legal process works in the UK, but they had brought him in for like a final interview. I don't know what that means. But that was like a year and a half ago, so I just figured nothing came of that. Russell Brand has been charged with 2 further offenses, including one count of rape, the Metropolitan Police has said. In a new statement, the police force said the Crown Prosecution Service, or CPS, has authorized an additional charge of rape and a charge of sexual assault. Had he already been charged before? I don't think I knew that. To 2 further women. The broadcaster, comedian, and actor previously pleaded not guilty to 5 charges, including 2 counts of rape, 2 counts of sexual assault, and 1 count of indecent assault in relation to 4 women. Mr. Brand, 50, is due to appear at Westminster Magistrates Court on January 20th, 2026, in relation to 2 new charges. Detectives began investigating allegations into Mr. Brand, which came to light following reporting from the Sunday Times, the Times, and Channel 4's dispatches in September 2023. Okay, so that was a little over 2 years ago. The 2 new charges allegedly took place in 2009 and relate to separate women, the CPS said. A trial is set to start at South... Oh, this fucking page. A trial is set to start at Southwark Crown Court on June 16, 2026 for the 5 original charges, which allegedly took place on dates spanning between 1999 and 2005 in central London and Bournemouth. Mr. Brand of Oxfordshire is accused of raping 1 woman in Bournemouth in 1999 and indecently assaulting another one in Westminster area in 2001. A 3rd charge alleges he sexually assaulted a woman in Westminster between 2004 and 2005, while the remaining counts relate to the alleged oral rape and sexual assault of an additional woman in 2004 in the Westminster area. When did that movie come out, Forgetting Sarah Marshall? That just makes that so much darker. ...2008. Because he plays a fucking total creep in that movie. And that was just like within a few years of him apparently graping a bunch of women. That's pretty dark. From the Ashes with $2. Obviously, the globalist angry with his TPUSA visit. He said some gross shit. Like, it's so gross. Like, it's like, dare I say, fucking sexist as fuck. The shit he said about, like, I used to be married to Katy Perry. Don't put me in the same category as fucking, Justin Trudeau.
I know about carnality, I gotta tell you. I lived a dumb, hedonic Hollywood life. To go from a Hollywood headiness to a Bible-believing Christian is a big journey.
Now that feels very cynical, by the way. I mean, it always felt that way, but it sure seems like he's doing this Christian grift. So he can use that in court to be like, I'm a changed man.
But we've got a lot of big journeys ahead of us.
God, man, what a fucking loser. What did he say about Katy Perry at the... What do you spell Katy Perry?
Parents are here. They're Christians, and I love them. I love Mary Perry, God bless you. Thank you for bringing the message to me.
Katy Perry's mom is in the fucking room when he says this? That's even more disgusting.
I gotta say though, look, Katy Perry, I was married to her. I love her still, and I'm glad that her mum's in the room to hear me say this, but look, I was okay with Orlando Bloom. But Justin Trudeau! Come on, man!
Oh.
Don't put me in a category with that guy!
It's like so fucking disgusting and sexist when you think about it. Ew. 80-pound gorilla with 66 months. Thank you so much. Wasn't Katy Perry, wasn't her origin story that she was raised in a super Christian household? Wasn't that the whole thing? Marilyn Manson was also cleared of all SA charges against him. Wait, when did that happen? With that one actress? With, oh, I'm forgetting her name. She was in Westworld? That was a dark situation too. That whole thing was fucking disgusting too. Not Rose McGowan. Was she involved with Marilyn Manson SA stuff? That's a horrible way of putting that. Jesus. Rachel, is it Evan Rachel Wood or is it Rachel Evan Wood? That was dark. There's a whole article going into details about all that situation, and it's fucking disgusting.
With Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna slightly earlier in the day, but this works perfectly together. Let me show you what my interview with Congressmember Khanna said. Here, play this clip. So look, rather than us just speculating about what our sources are saying, why don't
I don't think I like Ro Khanna, guys. I'm just gonna be honest. Everybody likes him. I don't think I like him. I don't think I like that guy. I think he's an opportunist, in my opinion.
bring in Democratic Congressmember Ro Khanna. Ro Khanna, along with Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie, were the ones who put forward this discharge petition that became the Epstein Transparency Act that the Trump regime has now violated. So let's bring in Democratic Congressmember Khanna. Congressman Khanna, it is great to be with you right now. So my question for you is, my source...
Yeah, that's actually kind of shocking to me, the acronym that you don't like Ro Khanna.
...tells me that all the victims and survivors that have been speaking with Congress members like yourself are saying that get those FBI interviews released. Those FBI interviews mention some of these other men, these Wall Street tycoons, these politicians, these other people. They'll be on those FBI files. So if there was a hierarchy, wouldn't we want those FBI interviews? And what else could we be doing with this Trump regime right now, given their obstructive behavior, their criminal behavior, Congressman?
Ben, you nailed it.
Roe is, who wrote that? Roe is liberal Marjorie Taylor Greene. I wouldn't go quite that. I understand where you're going with that. In some ways, they're similar, but I think Marjorie Taylor Greene deserves to be in her own category. I think she's way worse than Ro Khanna.
As usual, you got to the heart of the matter. This is what it's all about. The FBI interviews with the survivors. You know what is appalling? You've got Justice releasing the names of survivors. They're literally releasing the names of survivors, which they're not allowed to do by law, but they're not releasing the FBI interview files with those same survivors. And the FBI interview files
Bro, look at James Cameron. Is James Cameron John Wick?
Perfect. Aggressive. Awesome. Awesome run, Jim.
That shit looks fun as fuck. That's my goal in 2026. I want to be a marksman. I want to be accurate as fuck. We're going to do it, guys. We're going to fucking do it.
have the names of other men. They have the names of the Wall Street tycoons, the politicians who visited Epstein's rape island and who either engaged in the rape of these underage girls or covered it up. How do I know? Because I've talked to the survivors. I've talked to the survivors' lawyers who were at the FBI interviews, who gave these names. We're saying release them. But you have the Department of Justice more concerned with protecting the reputations of these men than they are protecting the reputation of these survivors. So, I hope everyone listens to your 90 seconds because that's what it's all about. It's not, we don't need all 300 gigabits. We don't need all the documents. I mean, that's what the law calls.
Rokana, I think, is going to be on Asmongold's stream. I think Rokana reached out to Asmongold to come on his stream. I think he's very clearly signaling that he wants to run for president. I could be wrong about that. Maybe it's like House leadership. I don't know, but he's making moves. He's doing something.
For what we need is those interview memorandum. And if people don't think it's a hoax, I mean, it's not, because I've talked to the survivors, then just release the interview memos and we'll put it to rest. But I guarantee you, once those interview memorandum are released, there are going to be other powerful men implicated.
Well, Congressman, what happens next, though, when the Trump regime doesn't produce this? Now, I've seen you and Congressman Massey talk about inherent contempt. What does that mean? What else is being...
John Wick 5 is apparently happening. Dude, Keanu Reeves is 61 years old. Like, he cannot do this forever. I mean, I guess say that to Tom Cruise, but he's 61 years old. How the fuck is he going to do another John Wick movie?
Discussed, and let's face it, I mean, it's great that Thomas Massey is a Republican in a bipartisan way working with you, and you could pull in a handful of others, as we saw with the discharge petition, but you've got people like James Comer, who actually chairs the Oversight Committee, and he's like, this was great, this is transparency.
No, it's not Ballerina. John Wick 5 was announced at CinemaCon 2025. So it's not that. Ballerina was okay. I mean, it was all right. It was no John Wick, but I mean, it was pretty good. Honestly, you could tell she put the work in. You know what? It's funny that they call it Ballerina because, like, when I watch John Wick, I feel like the reason why I like the movie so much, or why I love the movie so much, well, there's a couple of reasons. Number one, John Wick, I think, does a really good job of like world building. Like, there's a lot of mystery in the first movie, and they just fully commit. They set up these. I love the fact that there are these rules, and you're like, ooh, what's going on there? Going on at the hotel? What's up with this? Like, I love that. I love, like, if there's like a code, and then they do a good job in the movies of kind of telling you a little bit more about that universe, just a little bit more, like enough to satisfy your desire to know more, but not enough to completely give away like everything. And they all, like, each movie got better. That's the other thing too. Like, John Wick is one of those crazy, anomalous movie franchises that gets better with every movie. Like, what's another example of this? Not Star Wars. I mean, obviously Avatar. I would say Avatar. You could say Lord of the Rings. My personal favorite is Fellowship. I love all of them, but that makes sense. I'll accept Lord of the Rings. Fast and Furious. Well, there's some peaks and valleys there. Spider-Man Tom Holland. Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with that. But yeah, John Wick 4 is, in my opinion, just like clearly the best. What's that video game it was inspired by? Hotline Miami. The Hotline Miami scene with the fucking Dragon's Breath shotgun was the coolest thing I've ever seen in a movie ever. And then the fight up the stairs, like, oh god, it's just but where I was going with that was I was going to say, you kind of feel like you're watching ballet. Like, one of the reasons why I love the John Wick films is because I find myself so grateful to the principal actor, to Keanu Reeves, for like putting in the work. Which we knew he had it in him because of the Matrix films. Like, that guy, his work ethic is nuts, but That's not easy. You know, that's not easy to do that. But it's like almost like a ballet. It's like you're watching kind of like a ballet, right? 61 years old though, man. Like that motherfucker's got to be careful. Like he is gonna irreparably harm his body. Doing a John Wick film at age 61. How old was he when he first did John Wick? I feel like the first one was in 2015, right? He would have been in his late 40s filming that.
This is amazing. So how do you deal with all of that?
James Comer is part of the 3%. The Thomas Massey put out a poll to his supporters, to the MAGA base. How many people think it was transparent? 3%. How many think it was not transparent? 97%. I have never had more MAGA Republicans back me up than when I called out Pam Bondi. One said, I don't ever retweet Indians, but I'm going to make an exception and retweet Khanna because he's right about Pam Bondi. I mean, these are the kind of MAGA people who are upset with what Pam Bondi has done. They know it is total fabrication. They know that they're hiding and protecting these rich and powerful men. And, you know, Massey and I, we don't stand at convention. You know, we have some people in our own party saying, well, we got to have a process and it's too premature. Come on, we know she's lying. So we said we're going to introduce inherent contempt. That means that every day she doesn't produce a document after a certain grace period, she's going to be fined $5,000. And the sergeant of arms can actually arrest her to do that. Now, whether that actually comes to pass, it scared them enough that they suddenly started to release.
Bro, this is not AI. That's Jonah fucking Hill. That's before and after. It's not AI. Look at that shit. It might have been touched up a little bit, maybe. My mind is fucking blown right now. The Ozempic haters, I will never understand. I will never understand you people. I will never understand you people. We discovered by all accounts, or as far as I understand, an extremely safe, effective cure for obesity. And people are like, that's cheating. Like, what the fuck are you? Who gives a shit? GLP-1s are a bigger invention than LLMs. Like, our obesity rates are declining now for the first time in like... I just don't get it. Esme gets like that sometimes. Esme's like, no, it's cheating. I'm like, what? Cheating? It's like, if I take antidepressants, am I cheating on depression? Like, what does that even... Obesity rate declining in the US. Use of GLP-1 injectables for weight loss has more than doubled since early 2024. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. I said pill, but I guess medication would be better. Look at that shit. What was going on with obesity rates in America between 2009 and 2021? It went up fucking 13 points? What the fuck is this all about? Is it just like sugar everywhere? Is that all it is? Like, what about the 2010 specifically? It's like, it is. It's the 2010s. Obesity went up 13. Obesity, yeah, went up 13% in America in the 2010s. What the fuck was going on there? The McRib was back? They just approved an Ozempic pill yesterday. Nice. Yeah, well, the problem right now is the prohibitive cost. But I mean, this is potentially, I mean, significant in terms of reducing like deaths in this country. Have they even quantified? Have they even estimated, like, do they have a kind of corollary, like, what, for every point that the obesity rate goes up in the US, you know, X amount of people die, like more people die every year? Let's not try to actually eat healthy. Well, I think it should be both, right? Like, you should eat healthy, but also if you're obese and you want to lose weight, that's a really good option for you. Guys, I got a brand new banger and Terp Pearl today. Excited. I don't know what that means. You got to stop blaming sugar. It's your portion sizes and not doing any kind of cardio. Well, isn't the big problem with sugar is because it packs so many calories into such small portions, right? Is it the most calorie rich like food ingredient? Calories are calories are calories. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to watch my cows. I plateaued. I went from 205 to 190 and I plateaued. I get the munchies at night. Boy, oh boy, do I get the munchies at night, guys. Holy ADHD, Hutch. I am who I am, you know? I took my pills this morning, but I am who I am. You tune into a Hutch stream because I'm going to do the weave. I'm going to do the Trump weave. Chug a glass of cold water is how I prevent that. If you chug a glass of water right before you go to bed, don't you have to wake up to pee at like 3 in the morning? Oils are the most calorie rich. Yeah, I did know that. I did know that. I take this medication called Seroquel, and boy, does it do a number. Completely changed my life. Completely changed my life. Got diagnosed bipolar 2. Got put on Seroquel, and disclaimer, I am not a psychiatrist. Talk to your doctor if you have questions. But when I took Seroquel, I mean, boy, did that improve my life day one. But it knocks you the fuck out, and it gives you the munchies at the same time. So ask Esme every night at like 11. She's downstairs doing homework or doing work, and I walk down there in a fucking fugue state and just grab a shitload of munchies and then walk back upstairs. If I could stop doing that, I would be losing weight still. I want to be like 175, maybe 170 or something. That'd be a good weight for me, I think. I'm on quietapine, Seroquel as well for my chronic sleep problems, and it gives me major munchies. Yeah. I think when I looked it up, I think like on average, people who get on Seroquel gain like 10 or 20 pounds because that shit gives you the munchies. You are experiencing munchies on medication. It's a side effect. Like it says it on the thing. Like it will make you hungry. Okay.
These unredacted versions of the documents that they released that were redacted. Why? Because they know that Republicans are going to support our contempt proceeding. They know that Susan Wiles, the White House chief of staff, is...
That shit for sleep works. The first time I took Seroquel, I fucking fainted. And it could have been bad. It could have been bad because I took Seroquel. As first time I took it, it was my fault. I was being irresponsible. This is just the worst way to... I took Seroquel after... sorry. I took Seroquel and then I figured it was going to take a little bit for the medication to kick in. I took it and then I put pizza, like a little one of those micro, like instant pizzas things that are shaped like an oval. I put it in a little oven Like there's the big oven, but we also got like a little oven. I don't know what those are called. I took it 10 minutes later. I put this pizza in a little miniature oven, and then I start walking towards the couch to sit down and wait for my pizza to be done, and I fucking fainted. Thank God my ex was there. Because that could have been bad. Yeah, it was a toaster oven, I think, yeah. Fucking fainted. It knocks you out. It knocks you the fuck out. Be careful if you ever get prescribed that. My God, be careful with that.
Livid at how botched Bondi has been and the DOJ has been. They know that the MAGA base on this issue, not on any other issue, on this issue, the MAGA base disapproves of Donald Trump overwhelmingly. And our final step is going to be with the survivors. We've talked to them today. They're willing to come to the Capitol again to relive their trauma a third time. The first time they came, we passed it through the House. The second time they came, we passed it through the Senate and the president signed it. And the third time they came, the whole country is going to be watching. I don't think Pam Bondi wants that. She should release the files.
Can you share maybe some of the other things under consideration in terms of legal action? I think you have your quasi-civil criminal, this inherent contempt, these fines, and perhaps criminal referrals. I think people want the documents too. Like people still, is there a process to get at the documents? And, you know, I've tried to wear my former litigation cap in these big types of cases. And I'm thinking, you know, in these big disputes where I've fought over terabytes of documents, when I was taking down big Ponzi schemers out here in California, the big MedCap Ponzi scheme I was involved in. You may remember that back in California, back in the day, you know, as well. We had 3, 4, 5 terabytes, actually more documents than here. And you would bring in discovery referees and people who can help, you know, turn it over. So I just wonder if there's any jurisdiction amongst any of the federal courts that have released these grand jury transcripts, because you noticed on that so-called fact sheet that the DOJ put out, which is like a lie sheet about their cover-up, they try to blame it on the judges and say the judges are the one holding up. So I just wonder, you show it to Judge Engelmeyer and Berman, you're like, look what they're saying. They're saying you have jurisdiction. Let's get a referee and, you know, let's turn this stuff over.
It's a brilliant suggestion, and I was actually talking to several of the lawyers on the Oversight Committee and others about exactly your suggestion, that we take it back to the federal judge. That federal judge has already ruled that these documents should be released based on the Epstein transparency law. And we said, look, you should appoint a special master to see what should be redacted to protect victim identity, but not redacted to protect rich and powerful men who raped underage girls. And why don't you make a determination about what complies with the law? A lot of the law professors and others who have looked at it and legal experts have said what the Justice Department doesn't pass the laugh test in terms of compliance with our law, because our law explicitly says 2 things. Internal communications need to be released. Work product needs to be released. Draft of decisions whether to charge or not need to be released. And they're claiming work product privilege. Well, we explicitly drafted the statute to make that an excuse that they couldn't use. Our law also says you can't consider reputational harm. You can't consider embarrassment. They're out there saying, well, we want to protect some of these rich men because they weren't charged and there's no corroborating evidence. No, you can't use that. If there is an accusation in a witness memorandum, you need to release that. So going to these judges is an excellent strategy. By the way, it doesn't have to be Congress. It can be any litigation that does that. It could be the survivors. It could be a nonprofit whistleblowing agency. Go to the federal judges, ask for a special master, have them review the documents. That probably is another way that we're going to get to the truth of the matter.
Right. You have that. You can bring an injunctive relief action and initial.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss super chats? I did. Andy, thank you so much for $10. Appreciate the generosity. Can we admit that the Trump pedo allegations are laughable? Trump would have been charged if there was any credible evidence that he was a part of Epstein's network. They went after him so much. You can have okay, there's a few things here. So first of all, Trump was formally accused in a civil court of raping a 13-year-old or 14-year-old with Epstein. She ended up withdrawing her civil complaint at the 11th hour and cited security concerns. We know for a fact that Donald Trump would casually walk into the Miss Teen Universe dressing rooms while underage girls were literally naked. Trump himself admitted to as much on Howard Stern's show, but there were not one or two, but several former Miss Teen USA contestants that that said that this happened. We also know that Jeffrey Epstein was a complete fucking degenerate who, by all accounts, lived a very hedonistic lifestyle and had a very particular type of girl. And we also know that Donald Trump was not only friends, but extremely close friends. That is according to Epstein himself in his own words. They were very close friends for a number of years. It wasn't just like a brief little stint. It was like years. Apparently, in this new trove of documents that accidentally went live, Epstein seemed to suggest that Donald Trump had a proclivity for young girls. I mean, Donald Trump himself, when commenting on Epstein like 20 years ago, what was that famous quote from Trump where he was just like, you know, he likes the ladies and they do tend to be on the young side. Said something like that about Epstein, and this was his fucking best friend for years. So, no, I don't think it's cope. Andy, I don't think it's cope. Is there enough evidence in the public square to convict beyond a reasonable doubt in a trial? No. I don't think so. No. So to your question, or to your comment rather, there can be information out there that presents a very compelling case of something having happened, but not enough evidence to secure a conviction in a jury trial. We know Donald Trump is a fucking pervert degenerate. There was that thing in the trove of files that was released on Friday. There was an account from a witness / victim who said that help me find the quote, guys. It was like Epstein looked at Trump and said, "This is a good one, isn't it?" Can somebody help me find that quote? It was a 14-year-old girl at the time. Epstein brought her over and introduced her to Trump, and then Epstein said to Trump, "This is a good one, isn't it?" So I think there's a lot of compelling evidence that Donald Trump is a ebophile, or whatever you want to say, or hebophile. Is that what you say? Joked about a 10-year-old girl on that escalator. I'll be dating her in 10 years. Yeah. Pretty fucking disgusting. Osvidania with $2. Oils are the most calorie rich. I think I already got you there. Occasional Doomer with $2. Will Smith was going to play Neo in The Matrix. Yeah. And Quentin Tarantino wanted him to play Django. So he fucked up twice. Will Smith fucked up twice because he passed on Django to do. I don't know what he passed on Django to do. What did he pass on Django to do? After Earth or whatever with his son. I don't know. And then he passed on The Matrix and did the Wild Wild West instead. Those are two pretty bad mistakes. Nicolas Cage was going to play Aragorn. I'm so glad it was Vigo. Vigo is just like, wow, just perfect. Vigo didn't know anything about Lord of the Rings. He hadn't read it, I think. And he was going to say no. He had to fill that role on short notice. I'm sure a lot of you Lord of the Rings nerds already know this, but I think the actor either backed out or Peter Jackson decided that he wasn't satisfied with the actor that was originally going to play Aragorn. Like one of the two. And this was 2 weeks before principal photography began on Fellowship. And they reached out to Vigo, and Vigo wasn't going to do it. And then Vigo's son told him, you have to do this. You have to do this. But he didn't know anything about the character. And then he ended up delivering, like a fucking generational performance. Viggo Mortensen is like such a slept on actor. He's so fucking good. I was just about to say, yeah, Eastern Promises. My God, I fucking love that movie. History of Violence is another really good one too. What an unbelievable movie that is. Unbelievable movie. Just builds up to this, builds and builds and builds. And then you get to the ending and it's like, whoa. It's a great ending. I think he started acting late in his life too. But people noticed really early on that he was a very strong actor. Like he was in, I think Serpico, in a minor role in Serpico, and just fucking crushed it. Like he was in one scene in Serpico. And he's playing this this guy with like a thick accent, and Appaloosa is another, like, yeah, nobody ever talks about that one, but that's pretty good Western. He's the best part of that movie for sure. But yeah, like he stepped up to play Aragorn. I never know Aragon. I don't know how to say his name. There's fucking R there, but nobody pronounces the R. But yeah, filled that role on 2 weeks notice. Just flew to fucking New Zealand with 2 weeks notice, and then ended up like making arguably, one of the most important film series of all time. Aragon, without the second R, is a region in Spain. Aragon is from a different book. Aragorn is Lord of the Rings, but nobody ever says Aragorn. They all say Aragon. Swanenberg with $5. Did you hear Andy Serkis is going with a younger actor for Aragon in the upcoming Lord of the Ring movie? I believe I heard Alexander Ludwig is being considered. I did hear that, and I think Vigo had said he had no interest in playing that character again. Not terribly excited about the upcoming movies, but I think Rings of Power is pretty good. Like a soft 8. I think Rings of Power is pretty fun. Second season was a lot of fun.
Initiated proceeding, maybe you relate it to the, it's so fascinating, the, enforcing the law that you created. What I find fascinating too, and you probably use a different word for it other than fascinating, is Todd Blanche is saying, look, the drafters of this, Kana and Massey, they never excluded our ability to assert attorney-client, work product, deliberative process privilege. He's expressly said that in that memo that I read, and he's like, so the law enables us to do all of these. So before we go, what do you say? You're the drafter of the law. You and Massey came up with this thing. So when he's out there saying the drafters never stopped us from doing that, what's the congressional intent behind this?
oh, he's flat out wrong. And former prosecutors have looked at this.
Damn, this doomsday teaser on Marvel Studios Twitter account has already almost 400,000 likes, 100,000 retweets. Damn.
Law professors who've looked at this have said that's not going to survive 5 minutes in front of a court. And the reason is we explicitly wanted the work product. We knew when we had talked to survivors that we wanted the 60-count draft indictment that had been prepared.
2026 is so fucking stacked, you guys. It's unbelievable. Spider-Man looks like they're cooking. Dune Part 3. The Odyssey, Doomsday, like, my God, what a fucking, we are feasting next year.
In the Epstein case, only 2 counts were actually charged. Why were the 60 counts dropped? We wanted that draft indictment. We wanted the draft prosecution memo. That's how we drafted the language. So we have a section in a 2-page bill, a section saying any internal communication in the Justice Department about whether to charge or not needs to be released. It's explicitly asking for the internal deliberations for the work product. This is not ambiguous, and there is congressional record and testimony about how Massey and I want those explicit documents. The survivors who are standing with us are saying those are the documents we want. So, you know, Blanche he just thinks that he could have talked his way out of this and everyone would forget because we're headed to Christmas. That was their strategy. And what's mind-boggling to me is that's been their strategy for the last 9 months. Let's just put something out and help people forget. And Susan Wiles herself is saying this is incompetent. This is a whiff. And by the way, they're just making it a bigger and bigger deal because the average person at home is saying, they're exposing the survivors, but they're not exposing the people who are abusing the survivors. Why are they hiding for these people? What are they covering up? And what is so corrupt about this system? And so they're going to be in for a rude awakening in January if they do not, in the next 7 days, get this stuff out there.
I don't know if you can share this, but any FBI whistleblowers or DOJ whistleblowers who may be on the horizon, who's upset about the way this was handled, who may have information?
We've had some approaching our office and the committee. I obviously can't get into the details, but there are people who are upset about the non-compliance of the law, and they don't want to be held accountable, right? Anyone who is at the Justice Department who's involved with this, who's not complying, could be prosecuted for obstruction of justice. Now, Pam Bondi's not going to prosecute them, and Donald Trump isn't going to have an attorney general who prosecutes them. But, you know, in 2029, we're going to have a Democratic president, and that Democratic president is going to have an attorney general, and that attorney general is going to prosecute the law, not out of vindictiveness, out of just saying that you can't commit crimes and get away with it. By the way, I think that should apply to crimes, not just in violating the Epstein Transparency Act. I think it should apply to crimes with ICE, crimes in terms of the strikes in the Caribbean. We need accountability before reconciliation. So if you're at the Justice Department and you know that you're violating the law, you probably don't want obstruction of justice charges brought against you. And that's why I think more and more people are speaking up.
Well, I want to thank you, Congressmember Connor, for joining us. That was...
Okay, let's go ahead and finish up the conduit video on Asmongold. I keep saying it, but I find conduit to be like, his whole arc has been so impressive to me. Just wild. He's learning the editing
There's
stuff.
There's been a lot of excitement
very
about bringing back slavery.
I gotta remember where I picked off
and
here.
Things like that people make. Jesus, bro, the damage is insane.
Okay, this is exactly where we left off yesterday. So we'll go ahead and finish this up. We are going to be live for Christmas Eve tomorrow, guys, just so you guys know. You guys are hanging out with family members, and it's a slow spot in the visit, and you guys want to chill with us in the chat. We'll be live tomorrow for Christmas Eve. We're going to take Christmas off. That is on Thursday, right? And then Friday we'll be streaming. Sunday we'll be streaming.
There's been a lot of people talking about me, and it's been great.
So Dr. K was talking about people that had, he's like trying to draw a distinction between people that have like legit like mental pathological illness versus people who just have logically come to a conclusion that their life isn't worth living. And people got mad about that. And I think the reason why is that 80 to 90% of all self-help on the internet is just self-indulgent to make people who are doing bad things think that it's not their fault that they're doing the bad things.
Can you give an example?
There are guys out there that have they're incels, right? And they think that, the reason why they can't get a girlfriend is because of hoflation.
So like hoes, women, is it women having higher standards?
It's just that simple.
Well, why would they want to date someone that they think's a hoe?
Well, because all girls are hoes.
Oh, they're all hoes.
And so that goes back to my point, right? And so it's like this person thinks that they can't get a girlfriend because of hoflation. No, you can't get a girlfriend because your life is a complete mess. Nobody wants to be around you. You don't have any guy friends either.
When was this recorded? This looks like it's a number of years ago.
Except for other weirdos on the internet. People seek out different types of people to tell them that, well, it's actually not your fault that you don't have a girlfriend. It's actually because of dating apps and these other things. They never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness. All they're doing is just feeding, it's an actual legit thing.
It's good.
It's like a feeding frenzy on making themselves feel good for doing things that are bad and then consuming media.
Some of you guys are being a bit dismissive of his take here because it's coming from him, but I think he is touching on something that's real.
That reaffirms that the bad things they're doing aren't their fault and are in fact not the cause of
a similar kind of situation with MAGA. The reason why MAGA was such a brilliant political strategy is because he was tapping into a need that these people had to assign blame to other people. It's funny because they call left-wingers just a bunch of perpetually aggrieved victims, but there is no greater, or I don't know what the word would be, but there's no, MAGA is the perfect example of perpetual grievance and victimhood. And Donald Trump came in there and he gave everybody villains that they could point to. And it seems similar. I mean, I'm not super familiar with the incel crowd, to be just perfectly clear about that. But I imagine it's a similar kind of appeal. Like, oh, the reason I'm not successful with women is because of these factors that are, completely outside of my ability to influence or affect. Oh, it's not my fault that girls won't talk to me or whatever. Yeah, I don't think he's saying anything remotely controversial so far in this. The trib with $2, Asmon outside of politics is pretty reasonable. I don't think Asmongold is dumb. I think Asmongold is actually kind of smart, but he's kind of leaned into this. I don't know. Do you call it a grift? He's kind of leaned into this. Like he knows his audience. I'll put it that way. Like he for sure knows his audience, and I think and there's some overlap with what he was just saying because I think he serves up a product that he knows his audience wants to hear. I don't know if he actually believes half the shit that he says. I'm not super convinced.
The problems they have. I really, really like playing video games. I do. I love playing video games.
The MCA. That's a great song. Talking Heads, my God.
Arabia because they probably gave him a ton of money.
Mr. Beast gets backlash for building wells in Africa, okay? There's so much irrational brain dead hate for Mr. Beast that any sort of legitimate criticism just
I agree with that too, for the
goes
record.
away.
Most of the criticism is just that he uses the money he gives away to create content that undercuts the sense of generosity by commodifying it. Even if
that's true, but I just think I think the level of upset that people get is a bit much.
The content itself is what allows him to provide the charity.
I've never been a big Mr. Beast fan because the whole premise to me is so... I don't even know I don't like the idea of just it's like the money is the content, That's what it's all very kind of Squid Games situation. But I also think that the extreme reactions to when he announces, like, I just built 50 new wells in Africa or whatever, like, I think those reactions are a bit intense and kind of lame. But this idea, like, with enough money, you can just... The content is driven by this, like, the money. Like, so there is no kind of personal touch to it. The kind of YouTube channels that I like, there's always like some kind of personal kind of element. I swear to you, I promise I'm going to pin it right now. I was in the process of doing that. I got sidetracked by another weave. Here,
or
let me do it
Epstein
right now.
Clinton speculation.
This is why the media wanted Trump to win. Yeah, they wanted to have the first LGBT president. Exactly.
Dodger Donnie with $10. I think there are some personalities he follows, and I think one of those is Elon. I remember when he got real upset when Elon got mad at him for Asmon calling out his Path of Exile cheating. Yeah, I think Elon unfollowed him when that happened.
Ozempic single-handedly killed the body positivity movement.
Oh my God, can we not talk about fat people? I'd honestly rather talk about Israel at this point.
It was a psyop by fat women to make their body types seen as attractive in the public eye.
Believe it or not, women don't just think about how to be attractive to men all day. And in this case, it isn't about their relationship to men, it's about their relationship with the world and the way people...
Also, guys, this is just a fact. There are a lot of guys in the world. Like, people like Asmon, when they talk about standards of beauty, treat them as though they're absolute and universal. There's this universal kind of like grums, you know, like bring back attractive women in video games. Like the people that perpetuate this completely nonsense idea that there's this universal standard of beauty. It's such a dumb lie. It's so stupid. There are a lot of guys that like bigger women. Like a lot. Like a lot. Okay. They exist in the world. I knew a guy and he was this like, you know, super attractive guy, you know, built very athletic, very charming, and he fucking exclusively dated bigger girls. Girls with like a big ass. Just exclusively. I've known multiple people like this, but yeah. Anyways.
Such as yourself, treat them with intense disdain despite the fact that there is no absolute correlation between someone being fat and them over-consuming food or not exercising enough.
Nobody wants to be body positive. Like, nobody wants to be 400 pounds. It's fat and disgusting. They wanted to eat they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. In this case, literally, right? Now they can...
Yeah, this man talks about obese people like a lot.
Just take Ozempic and lose weight, and they don't need to be body positive anymore because they're weight negative. They're trans fat. Yes, exactly. It takes hunger away, but also it also kickstarts many other symptoms in your body. Well, I don't know exactly how any of that stuff works. Okay, like I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying that you should take Ozempic. Okay.
You might not be directly saying it, but calling people who are fat ugly and disgusting, and then presenting a solution to that without a full understanding of its consequences, is basically the entire reason body positivity exists. Because for years, advertisements, especially for fashion, would present a standard of beauty that was unobtainable, and that would couple with the social expectations to create eating disorders.
None of these fat girls, if they could snap their fingers and be skinny, they would do it. Every single one of them would do it. But some of them want to act like they wouldn't because they never have the opportunity to. But you see with Ozempic that they were all lying.
Muslims in Germany want their kids to be able to wear headscarves in school. Asmon sees religious exemptions to rules about headwear as unfair overreach by people who should do more to assimilate.
If you have a school where you can only wear hats, then I think wearing headscarves is okay. But if you're wearing a headscarf, you should also be able to wear a hat. There should never be a situation where a person's religion grants them extra privileges that other people do not have.
The obligation of assimilation comes with the understanding that doing so would create acceptance.
Just because you have a religious reason to wear something doesn't mean that the entire world has to accommodate it, right?
And since that even trade doesn't happen, I see no reason to not be accommodating where it creates the least harm.
and you're coming in there with something on your head, well, you're breaking the rule. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Nobody cares.
Okay, but you do, because the point of contention is conformity and assimilation.
If you don't like it, go the fuck back to where you came from and then go live over there.
There are always questions to be resolved when a group integrates into another, but drawing the line at they might get to wear something on their head when everyone else doesn't is insane, given, especially in Germany, this exemption isn't just for immigrants, it's for the people who live in the country as well, and it's not exclusive to Muslims.
That's why I'm 50-50 about how Chinese deal with Muslims. It's harsh, but it works. Well, it's not about dealing with Muslims. What the fuck does that have to do with Muslims?
Again, Asmon ignores racism from his chat. During this, Asmon is asked whether doctors should get religious exemptions for procedures they don't want to perform.
It's not tricky at all. You shouldn't be compelling a doctor to do anything that goes against their own morality. So whether that is an abortion, whether that is something else, obviously a doctor should not have to do an abortion. A doctor should not have to do Botox. A doctor should not have to do plastic surgery.
When have doctors ever been forced to do abortions? Like, you don't need to get into that field of medicine specifically. Like, in what situation would there be a doctor who was trained on how to perform an abortion but was like religiously opposed to abortion? Like, when would that ever happen?
It's common sense, right?
Like, you have to be a specialist, right? When the abortion doctor doesn't want to do an abortion, but don't you need to specialize in that? Like, you can't just have any licensed practitioner be expected to do abortions, right?
The state creates an expectation of a minimum standard of care that would be provided by a medical service or practitioner, and that service or
okay, never mind, he's going.
Practitioner refuses to provide it, leading to harm, then they are the ones doing something wrong. It is on the practitioners to opt out of providing the overall services if they are against the individual ones, because that creates the potential for greater undue harm to patients than if they were obligated to do them all, especially when you can simply opt into a specialization that doesn't include what you're against. A neurologist doesn't have to do heart surgery, but if you're a heart surgeon who doesn't believe in using animal grafts despite their efficacy, then it's up to you to decide whether heart surgery is for you.
You don't want to go and look at a graph or like some, you don't want to look at a study. All of these studies, everything like that, if it goes against your common sense and rationality, it's probably bullshit. I never trust studies. I never trust experts. I don't trust anybody. The thing that I trust is what I think. Now, if I see
certainly that's not true.
Something that I disagree with, and there's like things that are written down, and it's like, a quantified thing, I look at the reason why it's different. But
I mean, I'm sure this guy, whether conscious or not, trusts experts every day of his fucking life. But like the infrastructure that's in place in his town, the way that his house was built, But
at the same time, I don't start from the position that I'm wrong. I start from the position that I think I'm right. I have based everything in my life off of that, and I think that I have come to relatively good outcomes in my life. One thing that I've learned doing anything professionally is that the people that are experts and veterans in certain industries, and I think almost all industries, are generally brain dead retards.
People in specialized industries put the majority of their effort into that industry. That doesn't mean they're stupid, it just means that their other opinions are probably less informed. I'd trust Ben Carson to do brain surgery, but I would not trust him to be president.
Even doctors get shit wrong all the time.
Please trust your doctor. Thousands of people hurt themselves taking ivermectin and hydrochloroquine, and of the 1 million people who have died of COVID in the United States, it's estimated that over 300,000 who died would have lived if they got vaccinated.
And so you never, ever, ever do that.
That's a fucking black pilling figure. Jesus.
Yeah. Always base things off of what you think.
And I don't want to talk to a scientist. Y'all motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed.
And if you can't do that, you need to figure out how to get your level of comprehension and your consciousness up to the point to where you can base things off of what you think.
Yeah, tell your parents you don't want to go to college with the experts. All you need are street smarts.
When would you listen to doctors? I don't know, like if I agreed with them. Yeah, if I agree with him, if I thought it made sense.
Once again,
this whole thing is like such a shtick, like the whole thing is just such an obvious shtick. Like none of this is real, I don't think. I really don't think any of this is real.
Again, we get evidence that social media is frying Asmongold's brain.
Oh, God! No!
It's just a word.
No!
The Jews clearly control the media and the banks.
Oh, wow. This is my Instagram. I don't know. You guys want to hear what mine sounds like? Let's find out.
Hi, my fellow Labradors. It would be racist to not let the pit bulls in to join us.
That was the first scroll. That was a dog with a Jewish yarmulke on his head. Okay, so it took one.
Representative Stacey Plaskett was discovered to have been texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing with
That shit was weird.
Michael Cohen over his relationship with Donald Trump. Wildly stupid and unforced error, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
But somehow, when you're texting in class, oh, that's bad. What the fuck? This really doesn't help the idea that there are people controlling the government and it's on both sides. On a certain level, it kind of makes sense. If you were looking for somebody to have in your corner that knows this stuff, it would be Jeffrey Epstein, right?
I was almost going to agree with Asmon before he said there's a secret group controlling the American government.
The left media has TDS, so they won't report on it and focus on it? I guess so, because they want to make it look like Jeffrey Epstein was a Republican thing.
Epstein was best friends with the current Republican president, who has worked very hard for most of the year to keep the Epstein files hidden, while every Democrat and every Republican except one voted to release the Epstein files. Asmongold asks and answers the age-old question. What is a woman?
This is a real response to what is a woman.
Asmon misunderstands the analogy of color being something that you cannot literally describe except as a psychological response, and decides to take that as a challenge.
Colorblindness is a disorder. So if you look at blue and you think that it's not blue, you have a disorder. If you apply that same logic and argumentation to gender.
Cool, being trans is a mental disorder.
It's not that trans people look down at their, let's say they're pre-op or they never had any kind of surgery or whatever. There's, they have the same sex organs. It's not that they look down, like a person with a penis looks down, a trans person with a penis looks down and says, oh, I have a vagina. Like that's not, that would be delusional. That would be legitimately delusional. That would be like diagnosable something. Gender is simply a kind of like identity expression. So it's obviously a much like completely different context as someone who can't see the color blue.
Even in those terms, the most effective treatment is still tolerance and acceptance. Also, in terms of that analogy, we provide services and systems that allow colorblind people to function in society on their terms, instead of forcing them to adapt to colors they can't see. We don't obligate social norms to what the average capacity of a person is. We create the means for everyone to participate, because that has always made things better for everyone.
I don't need to watch a YouTube video to figure out that there's two genders, okay? This is what I was talking about before, about like, oh, but there's a study that says this. No, I don't want to hear this study.
Unless someone of a particular sex presenting as another is such a severe transgression that rates of self-harm and suicidality are acceptable to you, pronouns in bio aren't that bad.
If you look at blue and you see another color, you have a disorder called colorblindness. If you look at a male and you see a female and you say that person has a disorder, now you're a right-wing Nazi.
Nobody is making the argument that trans people are literally changing their DNA and bone structure when they transition.
Okay. I feel like Conduit, I feel like you and me, we are one. You and I, we are of the same mind.
And they aren't asking other people to lie when addressing them by preferred pronouns, any more than someone who got married is asking someone to lie when their last name changes.
Chameleon, I'm 45 minutes behind. The hate on GLP-1 is so misguided. It's a fucking miracle for people on an individual basis and for our society as a whole. They're an incredible invention. Yeah, I agree.
How does that happen?
But hey, if you want to...
What do you mean? Because it's happened like, bro, so many times when I watch your videos, I'll pause, make a point, unpause, and then you make the exact same point.
An equal opportunity hater, here's another chance to get angry at a woman who went viral for claiming sexual assault.
Women get massively treated way better by the justice system than men do. It's not even remotely close. You want to talk about a privilege? That's a privilege.
Women are under greater risk of sexual assault and mistreatment in prison, as well as having more trouble receiving necessities for things like menstruation.
So this is a bureaucratic, bad faith Karen in action, weaponizing systems and different types of bureaucracy. This is how a Karen insulates itself inside of modern society. Everybody talks about like the Andrew Tate toxic male communities. This is the female equivalent to that, by the way. It's a bunch of dishonest, disingenuous, obnoxious, stupid women that get together, that hate men, that are liars, that try to manipulate situations, emotionally blackmail everybody, and put themselves in the position where they get to tell everybody else what to do.
No, this is someone on TikTok. They are not indicative of a broader trend or ideology. They are just a video that's gone viral for being rage bait that gets picked up by people looking for an excuse to be mad at women because social media algorithms seek engagement, which is honestly the most appropriate word for it because Asmon is married to this belief.
You want to talk about toxic male behavior, that's fine. I think there is some of that. This is toxic female behavior.
Okay, but you aren't talking about toxic male behavior. You're only talking about women.
And now we have the Karens going to jail. Oh my God! I am so happy.
To let you guys know, I really
wow.
The issue isn't that women can't be bad. It's that your audience doesn't make any distinction between the women who are Karens and the women who aren't. It's Karen until proven otherwise.
I love how she thinks that she matters. You're a DoorDash driver. If you died tomorrow, they wouldn't even do it. They wouldn't even know about it.
I could give you the statistics that show what the actual...
What a thing to say. Like, I wonder how many people in Asmon's audience in that moment is a DoorDash driver. Like,
success rate of false accusations of sexual assault are? But why should I try to counter an anecdotal claim like that? Show me in numbers how there are so many Karens Karening all over that it would justify labeling them as an enemy of America.
This is the enemy of America right here. It's not the Jews. It's not the black people. It's not the Middle East. It's not even all the Muslims. Optics-obsessed, virtue-signaling, obnoxious, privileged Karens that will import every problem from the rest of the world into America to and they will also manipulate, lie. That is the prime evil in America. Not Jews. A lot of people want it to be Jews, but I think this is the real problem. Do you hate women? No, but I hate women like her.
Oh, well, that certainly undoes saying that Karens are enemies of America. Hopefully you don't go into an explanation of why the Mexican protests you support all are right because there's no time to not be anti-Semitic while the government is corrupt.
And what if she is Jewish? Uh-oh. Puta Judea. I don't think that I need a translator for that one, okay, guys? I think I know exactly what that one means.
We've reached the final level of the horseshoe as Asmongold
what is this?
Excuses anti-Semitism because the people doing it don't have time to not be anti-Semitic.
People care about race. You might not like that. I might not like that, but it's true. And also, by the way, oh my God, the whole protest is anti-Semitic. Well, actually, okay, to be fair, I caught this. Guys, I think I know who's been watching all those Instagram reels.
Unironically, you have just figured out the problem I'm pointing to.
People don't give a shit about these like weird tone policing rules whenever they don't have any fucking food and they can't live in a way that has any degree of dignity. And many of the revolutionists are furious.
Does be done with $2. I don't think I like this Asmongold guy very much. I gotta say this content is not for me. I am not the prime demographic for this.
That a woman who is not a Catholic sorry.
Like I genuinely, and this always sounds so snobby. Maybe it is snobby. I'll just embrace it. But genuinely don't understand the appeal of this. Don't get it. Don't get it. Hot liberal guy plays COD. Wait, was I on the screen? Oh, this was during the Black Ops 7 launch weekend. Okay, we know exactly when they recorded this. Hot liberal guy plays COD. Let's go.
Curious that a woman who is not a Catholic, but you still got to live in it. They're a bitch Jew. Of course it's relevant. Yeah, of course it does.
Wait, what did he just say?
Sorry, these things matter to people. You might not like that reality, but you still got to live in it. They're a bitch Jew. Of course it's relevant. Yeah, of course it does.
Did he just say what I think he said? They're, is that what he just said? Jesus. No, I understand he's reading a comment, but Jesus.
Representation matters, right? Yeah, of course. Do you think people are going to call them anti-Semitic in the U.S.? They already are.
It's just horseshoes all the way down.
Yeah, I mean, this is just dark, you know? This is just dark. I agree. Somebody who said that? Somebody said it got dark, I think. What did you say? Maybe I invented that. But yeah, it's pretty fucking dark.
And you guessed it, more women on the internet are bad.
Ronaldo doesn't understand this maybe, but there's a bunch of fat, ugly, disgusting middle-aged women that are on social media. They want you to replace your audience of other young guys that like abrasive, edgy, funny, just general male humor.
We get it. You don't like it when mom tells you to go to bed.
These are the women that are in the PTA. They're in the fucking, they're in the HR department. They're the ones in the PR department. They're the ones complaining to your boss. They're the ones in the in the bureaucracy. This is what they do. They're the fucking school moms.
Oh my God, he admitted it.
Imagine me going on Twitter and some retarded hog says on social media, oh, you shouldn't say this. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're gonna tell me what I can and can't say. Who the fuck are you? And it's also, I don't want to make people think it's all women doing this. Like, this isn't like a men versus women thing.
He says before.
What's happiness of a Karen? The happiness of a Karen is the same.
I'm still there. Hot liberal guy plays God. That's embarrassing, actually.
Principle as of a vampire. And did this stupid bitch block me? I'll stop taking part in toxic politics whenever left-wing people stop calling you a Nazi or a Hitler or a fascist whenever you want to enforce immigration law.
Once again, the topic of misleading data about left-wing versus right-wing violence comes up. And a chatter actually calls Asman out when he says he doesn't trust the government.
Riding hard for the government? What the fuck does that even mean?
It means that you're okay with blowing up Venezuelan boats without evidence, deporting people without evidence, cutting government programs that have showcased decades of benefits in international diplomacy and trade, and every other thing done by Donald Trump while declaring that he is completely innocent of any wrongdoing despite being the closest person to Jeffrey Epstein amongst every person connected to him.
I think you choose what to trust. I do. Absolutely, I choose what to trust. You should try it sometime. It would help you.
Help has a very loose definition here. Hassan in China.
The problem with what Hassan is saying is that I very strongly agree with most of it, but I don't agree with part of it.
Once again, I am shocked that Asman can accurately explain a concept. Not because I think he's dumb, but because you'd think it creates some cognitive dissonance.
I think he's right that the best antidote to xenophobia is experience. A lot of us have probably had that happen ourselves, where you met somebody from a country that you had a predisposition towards, like positive or negative, and that person changed your predisposition by talking with them. But at the same time, the actions of a government do not represent the will of its people necessarily, especially in countries like China, Russia, or apparently Mexico, right?
But then he's back to Eighth Amendment violations.
Can we just do lashings instead? No, I don't want to. I mean, okay, I think that there's a place for creative kinetic punishment.
Recruit trainee John Rico is sentenced to administrative punishment. 10 lashes.
You've got to really save that. That way it has a lot of, it has emphasis when it happens.
And while looking at a propaganda video of China's surveillance technology, Asman mentions his perspective on police clearance rates and how the world combats terrorism.
I'm not sure about that. The murder solve rate's only 70%. If we had the surveillance in our home country, I feel like it'd be higher. No, it's not. Do you want to know why they don't solve a lot of cases? It's because they don't care.
Solving murders is actually really hard, and the reason you see people who commit heinous crimes getting caught isn't because Clarice spoke to him.
I don't even, what a thing to say. The reason why police don't solve a lot of murders is because they don't care. Like, I don't even understand what that's even based on.
Hannibal. It's because the people who do those crimes are usually really stupid. CSI technology looks so advanced because of how intensive it needs to be to scrape information out of a crime scene, which is indicative of the difficulty.
Don't forget when they blew up all those blew up all the pagers and wiped out a terrorist organization in one day. They could stop all those terrorists. They choose not to. I also think that there is a degree of that that's true.
The pager attack, while impressive as an operation, did not wipe out Hezbollah. Israel is still bombing Lebanon because of Hezbollah activity.
I mean, I think this is badass. I'm going to be honest. This is crazy. And, like, we need to have this for some people that do things here, too. Like, I'm not saying I want a surveillance state, but
everything you've said you wanted the government to do requires a surveillance state.
I don't know if it's just where I live or not, but ever since that whole Epstein thing started getting popular, I've been seeing like way more lizards.
And then we go back to Mexico for a Fox News interview with these two right-wing nutjobs who do a podcast. And before you think I'm calling them right-wing nutjobs as a dismissive insult,
Concretamente estamos en guerra contra una familia que en la declaración de Balfour es la que fundó el Estado de Israel, que podemos hablar de eso, que es la familia Rothschild, ¿vale? Y esa familia concretamente nunca ha sido auditado su patrimonio. Entonces, Elon Musk tiene más ni de coña. O sea, ni de coña. Elon Musk no es la persona más rica del planeta ni la más poderosa, te lo puedo garantizar. Hay familias que tienen muchísimo más patrimonio, pero como no sabemos verdaderamente qué es lo que tienen y qué es lo que dejan de tener, porque han diversificado en esta estructura bursátil todo su poder y todo su monopolio que lo tienen, ¿por qué más? O sea, llega un punto en el que ni en 25 millones de generaciones se pueden gastar lo que han amasado. Entonces yo digo, es que no puede ser solo el dinero, aquí tiene que haber algo más metafísico, tiene que haber algo más espiritual, tiene que haber algo mucho más profundo. Y ahí es donde entra el tema de vamos a juzgar qué es lo que ellos atacan siempre. Pues siempre atacan la moral católica, la moral cristiana.
Y oye, Jota, dos puntos ahí muy interesantes. La parte del capitalismo, que tienes opiniones muy diferentes a lo que la gente común piensa acerca de, pero esta parte de Jesús, de Cristo, de los católicos, de esta guerra en contra del catolicismo. ¿Por qué crees que hay tanto odio en contra de Jesús? En contra del verdadero Dios.
Porque es lo que daría mayor poder a las personas para no ser controladas.
did Fox even check what these guys talk about on their podcast?
I'm sure there's like a degree of partisan politics that's attached to everything, but this is primarily a identity revolt rather than a political revolt, which is insane.
Once again, Asmon misunderstands the capabilities of the U.S. military.
If you put experienced Navy SEALs and generals that actually want to end this war, how long do you think it would take them to totally figure out, map out, and completely eliminate every single one of those people? I would say less than 6 months.
This is the exact same line of thinking that got the U.S. stuck in Iraq for over a decade.
That's it, 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean, come on, guys. What are we talking about?
And then Asmon says he'd support regime-changing Mexico if their police started shooting protesters.
Basically, regime changed their government. Which, I mean, by the way, I would support that. I would completely support that. There's no way that we should have a country that is a bordering country of ours that is a PvP server.
I can only speculate, but I think this belief is downstream of thinking that Venezuelan boats are okay to blow up as well.
What's the goal when they get through? You don't want to know. What do you think? What do you think happens? What do you think happens when they get through and they get to all the people in the government? 1, 2, 3. I know that one. This is something I didn't talk about.
Didn't he earlier in the video trivialize January 6th?
Yesterday? Is that the media
doesn't seem very consistent to me, but okay.
Is part of the Uniparty. And the Uniparty is the one thing that they are more afraid of than anything else is for identity politics.
This is why populism sucks, by the way. This is just populist brain rot.
Politics to die. And a protest like this is a protest.
The media is the part of the Uniparty. The very concept of the Uniparty in the United States is fucking absurd.
That transcends identity politics. Well, I think the BBC is a totally biased, completely partisan network. You shouldn't trust anything that they say. They're total bullshit and they're all liars.
Because Trump said,
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically.
See what I mean, Conduit? I don't know if you're still in here. You and me, we are one.
Make your voices heard.
In a speech that also included,
So, let's have trial by combat.
We will never give up. We will never concede because you'll never take back.
What a crazy fucking year 2020 was.
Our country with weakness.
I guess this was 2021.
You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We will not take it anymore. And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
And the result was a group of people assaulting cops to force their way into a building, and based on your reaction to the rioting in Mexico,
I would explain my hairline. Just buzz it off, brother. liberating.
Oh,
They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing. What's the goal when they get through? What do you think happens when they get through and they get to all the people in the government?
you know what they wanted to do in there. Asmon's getting upset that they didn't include his one mention of being peaceful, not because they're biased, but because they didn't provide an excuse to exonerate him.
Why would you edit Trump's speech in that way? Well, it's because you're biased.
He talks about the Epstein files some more. It's nothing we haven't heard already.
Yeah, he's mentioned, but that doesn't mean that he did anything wrong. If it's a hoax, then just release it and show everybody that it's bullshit. Like, I don't even understand the logic here.
And while Marjorie Taylor Greene tries to pivot towards not being a Jewish space laser nut job, Asmon sees her as capitulating to the media and creating a permission structure for people to move away from the right. His phrasing is a little word salady. Maybe you get something different.
This is what mainstream media does, is they try to manufacture consensus by having a degree of, like, kind of, they created an ecosystem that allows them to manufacture consensus about different issues. And I think this is a good example of them doing that.
But the point is that he doesn't think the left will accept her because she used to be in the bag for Trump.
It doesn't matter how many apologies that you do. It doesn't matter anything. You will all...
I mean, you have people like Jenk trying to embrace her, but
always be the Trump person. Like, the boats are burned. The bridge is burned. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he came up with manufacturing consensus on his own, or he heard manufacturing consent and thought it was that, maybe? I don't know.
Like, the problem is these people are, like, defined by purity testing. That you're not going to apologize to them and then have them vote for you.
It's not purity testing.
I mean, which party do you think is purity testing right now? The Democrats or the Republicans? I mean, there's been some purity testing on the left for quite some time, but right now there's one ultimate purity test in Republican Party politics, and that is complete obedience and loyalty to Trump. Like, that's the purity test, and it's more significant than anything you'll find in the Democratic Party right now.
Testing to say that someone who rode the wave of QAnon to get elected to Congress and harass school shooters needs to do more to show that they've had a change of heart. Not every judgment is based solely on in-group, out-group.
Trying to apologize and capitulate to Democrats or leftists will never work. It will never work, and it will only make people more frustrated with you.
To be clear, this messaging is what makes it so hard to reach people. The idea that you won't be accepted, so you might as well entrench yourself on one side regardless of what actually happens. If you agree with a lot of what someone like Kyle Kulinski wants for the country, then you aren't capitulating because the plans being put in place are still intended to go in the same direction you want, and your input will be appreciated. Being conservative isn't, in itself, a bad thing. Obviously, a lot of people on the far left on the internet have a maximalist view of things and say that you're immoral if you don't want to spend all of the money on all of the things, but they're taking hypotheticals too literally. We need people with reasonable expectations of budgetary, economic, and even social changes so that we can take time and use experimentation to get things right. But culture war nonsense has infected every debate and
Biggs, we're going to be playing some Arc Raiders here in about an hour, depending on how long it takes us to get through this, but
dialogue such that every possible point of negotiation becomes a hill to die on, and that has allowed more and more extreme people to get away with worse and worse things. If I told Asmongold 5 years ago that Trump was using the military to kill people in the middle of the ocean on the premise of them being terrorists without proper evidence, he would say that's bad. But now, if he doesn't defend that, then the rest of the defenses collapse. You can think that people knowingly trafficking drugs like fentanyl into the United States deserve to die on the spot, but you should be able to recognize that allowing the state to actually do that is an opening for much worse abuses of power. And when those abuses happen and they're defended, the abuses can once again get worse. At some point, you have to say that even though I'm not against what's happening, I don't want something worse to happen in its place.
I think that in
Can we say Asmon is a white supremacist yet? I mean, I wouldn't use that specific language.
2026, if they have the midterm elections.
The fact that you'll say if we still have elections is exactly why people take issue with your politics.
What's wrong? What's wrong, fat bitch?
It's just...
Oh, no.
I drink what I want, when I want.
So what is all this racist ass shit that you've been saying?
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids? Ugh. So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
Well, I mean...
Don't forget homophobic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Misogynistic.
Chance of success, number of women involved. Is this for video games?
I mean, misogyny, that's pretty explicit. Like, he's not even really particularly trying to hide that or dress it up as anything other than what it is.
No, it's for a relationship. Yeah, I would have agreed with it either way. Yeah, for everything? It seems that way, doesn't it?
Transphobic.
Trans people are like 0.6% of the population, but if you look at media representation, you'd think that they're like 10 or 20%.
What shows are you watching? Excuse me? What fucking shows is he watching? I almost never see trans people in shows.
Phobic.
You guys notice there aren't any fat people in this game?
Poor people.
And I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%. I would even take people that were residents of the country. If they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job, I'd deport them too. You know, there are just some things that you see that...
Somebody calls for slavery to come back. Yep, that's white nationalism. See, but I think he's doing the fucking irony thing here. Like, do you seriously think he wants slavery to come back? I don't think so. I think it's like he's playing a fucking heel. You know, it's like a WWF heel. Rolo with 2 months. Thank you so much, buddy.
Really put things into perspective, don't they?
How long are you streaming Ark for? Probably a decent amount. Probably a decent amount. At least a few hours, probably. I think he does have genuine animosity towards women. That, to me, seems genuine.
One more dawn, one more day, one day more.
So, we need to make it too big to rig? That's a fact. Well, we thought we did that with Black Myth Wukong, but unfortunately, the Game Awards was using the 3/5 compromise, where Chinese players only count for 3/5 of a...
Keeps playing DMCA stuff.
No, obviously you don't need any food. Look at that. If you needed food, you wouldn't look like that.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Is he talking about jank here? Is he calling jank fat?
Body shaming? It's not body shaming, it's body accountability. Okay, you've got to be accountable for being a fat piece of shit.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, I already said that before.
I gotta wonder, like, does he get tired of doing this shtick? Does it ever get old internally for him? Is he gonna wake up one day and find himself in the middle of an existential crisis where he like questions his decisions? Like, I would just get so tired of doing the same fucking shtick every goddamn day. Like, even if I was making millions of dollars, straight up, like I would be miserable if I was doing a shtick every fucking day. It's just this low hanging fruit. Doubt it. He's a psycho. I don't think he's legitimately a psychopath. I think he knows his audience.
You win 9 wars and you suck 1 dick. I don't think it's going to be anything damaging for Trump that's going to come out. People say he's like a mob boss. Like, he probably would have edited the files or changed them or something like that. I don't think he would want to release the files if they would incriminate him to be a pedophile, right?
I need Asmon to square his approval of Trump with the recognition that he'd manipulate the documents that would...
It might be like a little bit of a Joker situation, you know? A Joker situation, like he feels compelled to play the villain and he enjoys playing the villain, but that's got to get old at some point. You know, the soul needs nourishing. Everybody's soul needs nourishing. You know, very few people are legit psychopaths. Dill Pickle with the primer. Thank you so much, buddy.
Would expose him as a pedophile, and that doing so would make the entire file release worthless because you wouldn't know what was legitimate and what was altered for the benefit of Trump or the people Trump would want to protect.
You know, we'll see what happens.
Oh my god, now Claudia Scheinbaum is a Karen because she doesn't want to send the Mexican military to fight the cartels.
Do you remember what I said yesterday about how a Karen mind has to exist inside of a bureaucracy? Like, a bureaucracy and the mind of a Karen are one and the same thing.
I mean, this is essentially what Bukele did. Is that how you say his name? Bukele? In El Salvador. And I mean, that guy's a fucking fascist.
This is it. So let me get this straight. Because the law says you can't go after the people that are causing problems, then I guess we just have to let the people cause problems. No, you change the law or you ignore it. If you have a rule and
you act within the confines of the law, you know,
the rule leads you to chaos, what reason do you have the rule for?
Because we're not all Anton Chigurh thinking in absolutes about a coin toss dictating life and death.
Never actually give a fuck about rules, guys. Like, every rule can be changed. Every rule was written by a council of old geriatric retards. Obviously, you have to follow the law as an individual citizen, but whenever you're talking about like how to change your country and how to improve your country,
how do you reconcile this with his opinion that we need to bring back like overly punitive measures, like public executions, you know, work camps for various transgressions? Like, how do you reconcile that? You're saying these laws are so, these rules are so important that you should bring back these insanely punitive measures, but also don't follow the rules. Like, this is all just chaos. Like, I don't know, like, there's nothing, like, I have no fucking idea what he actually believes in. What he actually believes. Like, what are his, like, foundational principles?
you should not look at the existing rules and say, well, that's as far as we can go.
Does he realize this perspective completely undoes literally every argument that he's made about immigration?
It just happened, like, again. Whoops. I'm telling you, me and Conduit we were separated at birth. I did not pre-watch this. It's 2.5 hours. How am I going to pre-watch this?
That isn't justified by cultural bias.
Your chat became anti-Semitic as fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like Jewish people. And they don't like Israel, and she's a Jew. That's true. Like, in an unmoderated...
Just very casual.
...platform, that's what happens. I don't agree with that. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't even really like... I don't like what Israel's government's doing. I think Israel's government's problematic in a lot of ways. But if you want me to go around and like ban every single person that said something that you might see as anti-Semitic, that's just not going to happen. Like, if you think they're saying something bad, just report them. And the crazy stuff does get banned. I don't want to...
Would he ban people for like anti-white rhetoric? I don't even know. Like, that's an open question, not rhetorical.
Hear this? I don't care about this. The words mean nothing to me, okay? Like, don't waste my fucking time.
You're not personally anti-Semitic, but you're not willing to actually do anything about anti-Semitism within your sphere.
Yes, that's right. So if you kill the people that are being violent, then you're just going to have more violence. No. So at first they came for the cartels, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't part of the cartels. And after that, they came after the drug dealers and murderers, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a drug dealer and murderer. And then after that, they stopped coming for people because the problems went away.
You have completely missed the point. And also,
yes, I was thinking that. God damn it. Fuck. I was thinking that exact thing. Way to entirely miss the point. I mean, you came to the opposite conclusion.
So that was anti-Semitic, so good job. Why do I need to explain that it's actually much harder to deal with people who have guns than just throwing the military at them?
Like, we have like a constitution and rules to prevent regimes from just, you know, arbitrarily detaining people. And if you just get rid of those rules, all it takes is the next, you know, tyrant to use the state. If you're just going to ignore the Constitution, just use the state to punish perceived enemies.
There's a real human cost to these choices, and that we should be wary of leaders who are so enthusiastic about their willingness to throw people in the meat grinder just because overall you have more to expend.
Oh, by the way, fascism is when the government is controlled by a paramilitary organization that kills people extrajudicially.
That is not what fascism is. More hating women.
That's right, you stupid bitch. Get out of here.
Actually, you know what? Let me give you a rundown. Wikipedia says fascism is characterized by support for a dictatorial leader.
I don't think it's going to be anything damaging for Trump that's going to come out.
Centralized autocracy.
Hire 250,000 government workers overall. Nobody fucking critical.
Good. It should have been more.
Militarism.
Because it's the right thing to do. It is. Absolutely. Blow up the boats.
Forcible suppression of opposition.
Does Asmongold have siblings? I'm just wondering if he has like a sister. That's the question I'm curious about right now.
I have a fucking, like a directive, a mandate by God, okay, to get rid of as much of this woke millennial slop that I possibly can. And that's why I do it, by the way. I do it because I know it bothers them. It upsets them and it bothers them and it scares them. And I will continue doing it until they stop doing the things that I don't like.
Belief in a natural social hierarchy.
I would even take people that were residents of the country, if they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job, I'd deport them too. And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games? Yes.
Subordination of individual interests for the perceived interest of the nation or race.
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country. I would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylums. So just put them in jail. Simple.
And strong regimentation of society and the economy.
And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games. You have Stardew Valley. You have Animal Crossing. You have Pokemon.
Opposed to more left-wing ideologies such as democracy.
I'm a fascist, but ironically, it's like what it boils down to.
I think that in 2026, if they have the midterm elections...
Britannica says the characteristics are extreme militaristic nationalism.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Contempt for electoral democracy.
They're January 6ing, I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing?
A belief in a natural social hierarchy and the rule of elites.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80% of the staff, and nothing changed to the product. In fact, I think the product got better.
And a desire to create a German word that I'm not going to try pronouncing.
If you have a rule, and the rule leads you to chaos, what reason do you have the rule for? And now we have the Karens going to jail. Oh my God!
Webster's defines fascism as a populist political philosophy, movement, or regime.
And so you never, ever, ever do that. Always base things off of what you think.
That exalts nation and often race above the individual.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
That is associated with a centralized autocratic government.
Because the law says you can't go after the people that are causing problems, then I guess we just have to let the people cause problems. No, you change the law or you ignore it.
Headed by a dictatorial leader.
And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No. No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with.
And that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and by forcible suppression of opposition.
And people like this, in my opinion, they need to be put in a mental institution and just kept there until they stop being crazy or they die. I don't know, either one. But yeah, it's not.
And even if you take all of those as left-wing biased shills, Conservapedia says that the characteristics of fascism include a belief that the state is more important than the individual.
So the U.S. government can read a license plate with a satellite, but you think that a Twitter post that said that the people were innocent is more accurate than that.
A leaning towards authoritarian government and violence.
If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole.
Preference for centralized economic planning.
And if they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy and I would heavily tariff them.
An emphasis on nationalism and national traditions.
And you're coming in there with something on your head, well, you're breaking the rule. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Nobody cares. If you don't like it, go the fuck back to where you came from and then go live over there.
Militarism.
If you put experienced Navy SEALs and generals that actually want to end this war, how long do you think it would take them to totally figure out, map out, and completely eliminate every single one of those people? I would say less than 6 months.
Information control and censorship.
If it's a hoax, then just release it and show everybody that it's bullshit.
Media propagation of the great leader, which demonizes and trivializes his critics.
If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
And a rejection of both free enterprise and socialism in favor of corporatist economic policies.
Good. They weren't doing their job.
The characteristics of fascism also include rampant cronyism and corruption.
Yeah, he's mentioned, but that doesn't mean that he did anything wrong.
As well as rigged elections.
If they have the midterm elections.
And a general disdain for free speech and human rights.
A human rights violation. According to who? Somebody who disagrees with you? Oh, okay. Well, let's just listen to them tell you why you're wrong. No, I don't think so.
Fascism has several tenets to it, with enough fluidity between them that no pillar is truly central until it needs to be, and then it can be replaced with another depending on what is necessary at the time to placate the masses. You might have once heard that fascism needs an enemy that is simultaneously strong enough to negatively affect your life, but weak enough that it can be easily fought and defeated.
This is the enemy of America right here.
This is the means by which that enemy is created, and the populace is held in a constant state of war against them. When a pillar is moved, so too is the definition of the enemy.
We need to start looking at people that are crazy, and we need to put all of the crazy people in a box that says mental institution, and we just keep them there. And then everybody else can live in paradise.
We just need to keep women out of things that I don't like.
Yes.
Strictly enforce the law on immigrants and the mentally ill, which includes queer people.
Yeah, it's too brutal. We'll make them do big rocks and little rocks. Well, yeah, I don't think we should kill them. I don't think so at all. It's a waste of labor.
Bully people into conformity.
It was a psyop by fat women to make their body types seen as attractive in the public eye.
Lie when it benefits you.
Lie on your resume. Lie in your interview. Lie in your tutorial. Lie while you're doing your job. And the only time you don't do that is if it's against the law. Terrible advice.
Which you just said a minute ago, who gives a fuck about the rules? Like, this is like, obviously fucking completely incoherent. Daz Vidania with $5. What if Asmongold is more effective funnel for young men into fascism than Fuentes is? Or if Asmon is a conduit pun to Fuentes and fascism? I mean, watching this video, I think like makes that claim pretty compelling.
Worked for me.
Don't trust the decadent elite.
One thing that I've learned doing anything professionally is that the people that are experts and veterans in certain industries, and I think almost all industries, are generally brain dead retards.
Embrace the traditional level of anti-Semitism.
If they want to unban Sneeko, I'd be fine with that. I like Sneeko. I think he's a great guy. I don't agree with everything he says, obviously.
Down with the Yahud! Down with the Yahud!
So, yeah, I think they should unban him. Why wouldn't they? It's been driving me fucking crazy.
Was the internet a mistake? Was the whole thing a fucking big mistake?
Because I just keep forgetting about it. And...
Wait!
Magnify! Yeah, Asmongold has been... We got to do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet. Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You're just making this up because you don't want somebody that you disagree with to be on the fucking computer, right?
You're saying that Hitler was not a bad guy?
If we're going to say Hitler bad, then I'm going to say Churchill bad, and I'm going to say Roosevelt bad, and I'm going to say they're all bad. But if we look at him as a product of his time in that moment...
I think loving Hitler is bad. Absolutely, it's bad.
Support conspiracy theories.
Somebody else is running our government. Who?
Fucking based. Absolutely 100% true. I completely agree with him. Absolutely.
I mean, the answer seems to be clear. There's no question Epstein was working with Israel.
Israel was gaining a benefit from him, but I think it could be possible that Epstein could have been an unwilling participant.
Ignore the law so we can kill all the people who are causing problems.
Never actually give a fuck about rules, guys. Like, every rule can be changed. Every rule was written by a council of old geriatric retards.
And then society will be perfect. Why does Asmon take offense to being called a
Old geriatric feels a bit redundant.
Fascist? In the 1 week I've watched him, hell, just today, he has endorsed every core aspect of the ideology.
And we just keep them there. And then everybody else can live in paradise.
Also, why does the "and then we would have paradise" line sound so familiar?
No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all. Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part. And we would live in paradise.
He's saying the same thing Nick Fuentes said.
Everybody else is going to be... everything in the world is going to instantly get better. The whole world is going to improve instantaneously. We just put all the crazy people in a box, and then everybody else can go do what they want. And now I get this. I get this. I don't even know what that is. It's a bigger number. A yeller. Oh, wow. XQC says Asmongold has been pretty unhinged the last few months and calls his chat pretty radical. Maybe I take it a little bit too far sometimes. And I generally don't really explain what I think, because I think that in doing so, you capitulate to people that are bad actors. Like, I think anybody going out there saying...
I mean, he just like spells it out. This is the whole irony thing that I'm talking about. You can fall back on that. Like, and I think that's what he's doing here. Like, he's kind of doing this whole vibe where it's like, yeah, you know, I ham it up a little bit. But you can bend that this way or that depending on the context and depending on whatever you need in that moment. You can run cover for yourself, or you can fully embrace stuff.
Some crazy genocidal mass murder person is good. I think that, yeah, you should probably get suspended for that. Again, like I take somebody like him saying something like this about me, I'll like actually seriously, and I'll think about it, rather than, you know, like a Reddit thread or like a tweet or something like that, especially from somebody that I know doesn't even like me, doesn't even know me, right? And so that's it.
When Mel Brooks took his script for the producers to his producer, they were initially very concerned about making a satire of Adolf Hitler, even if it was in the context of characters in the story trying to be offensive on purpose.
Because they said Hitler is too strong, too menacing. How about springtime for Mussolini?
This was 1966, and memories of the Holocaust were still fresh in the minds of people who had been liberated from the camps, as well as the soldiers who did the liberating. To make light of this was to make light of their trauma, and Hitler was the personification of it. But Mel pushed on and said it had to be Hitler, because he understood something they didn't, that the joke he was making wasn't at the expense of the audience. He wasn't really trying to make a joke at all, he was trying to reveal one. In The Producers, the characters are trying to put on a sincere performance of a show that glorifies Hitler, actual Nazi propaganda, but a last-minute substitution of the actor who plays the Führer himself with the, cross-dressing director they hired for the play meant that instead of a serious performance, they got a whimsical one.
I leave you, baby, I leave you. Now leave me alone.
And that one change completely upends the context. It reveals the extent of the pageantry and the absurdity that made the Nazis' propaganda so effective. It was the very fact itself that you couldn't make fun of them that gave them power. All the performances of strength they used to build themselves up were built on the fact that it all had the implicit threat of violence behind it.
Thelonious, you were saying?
The more absurd it was, the greater the strength it conveyed. And once the threat was removed, all that was left was the insecurity that comes with telling people not to laugh at you.
I got you, King. I got you. Kaya, please!
Get down.
The Führer had no clothes. Stop me if you've heard this one. A man goes...
Oh, you're really bringing it home at the end here. Wow. I do like your writing. Austin with $10. I know it might be wishful thinking, but I think that when Trump is gone, people are going to quickly get tired of Asmon and people like him. This is all a byproduct of Trump being crazy. I don't know. I think there's always going to be a demand for this kind of thing. I think there is always going to be a market for this kind of thing, but I mean, I feel like we're already seeing it a little bit. I feel like we're already seeing Asmon be more openly critical of Trump because he can see what's going on. Like, he can see which way the winds are blowing. That's why part of this feels a bit grifty to me.
Goes to the doctor, says he's depressed. Life isn't worth living anymore. The doctor says the cure is simple. Go see the great clown Pagliacci. The man bursts into tears. He says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. There's a lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and a lot of pain. And
it's so appropriate too that you put Rorschach on the screen, because like a big criticism of Zack Snyder. I'm sorry to interrupt this. I'll rewind it a little bit, but a big criticism that if not for Zack Snyder himself, but for like the fandom for The Watchmen, is that they glorified Rorschach, and Rorschach in the graphic novel is he's a fascist. Like, he's a fucking fascist. He's not meant to be glorified. And Zack Snyder just made him just fucking super badass, and, you know, almost made him like the protagonist of that movie.
There's a lot on Pagliacci. The man bursts into tears. He says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. There's a lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and a lot of pain. And there's a lot of anxiety, and the anxiety entrenches all the rest because it tells you that change is impossible, that being happy is perpetually out of reach, that other people will reject you, so you reject them first. You accept the labels put on you as a badge of honor, because at least then it's on your own terms.
I am a Mongoloid.
That's not something to be proud of.
It is something to be proud of. You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you, Angloid.
Maybe Asmongold is happy in the way he lives his life, but his presentation as someone who's happy is why he's so popular. For some, he's the clown, unaware that people are laughing at him.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the research was done in a way that was bad?
And for others, he's the aspiration. Instead of needing to change, you can simply learn to not care what people think.
You get all these strings attached to you, bro. And you get enough strings attached to you and you become a puppet.
But no one is truly capable of doing that because we see other people as what they present and we see ourselves as what we feel. That's what self-talk is built out of. Your inner monologue uses the face of someone else to speak, but it uses your voice. If you're worried someone else will laugh at you, that's because you think something is worth making fun of.
You just going from stupid down?
And that makes people put up their guard and reject vulnerability and deny themselves what they feel and what would make them happy. It's easier to be numb than it is to be sad, but really
we're getting fucking deep with this one, guys. Jesus, we're learning profound life lessons at the end of this.
Stupid down?
And that makes people put up their guard and reject vulnerability and deny themselves what they feel and what would make them happy. It's easier to be numb than it is to be sad, but really you aren't numb because all that pressure you need to push down those feelings just makes them that much more forceful.
I'm a nice, easygoing man. I might be a little bit indecisive at times.
Lashing out at perceived slights, looking for some justification to allow yourself to embrace the negativity. The Sopranos was a show all about how Tony was constantly pushing down his feelings in order to force himself into the idea of who he wanted to be and how miserable it made him as a result. Breaking Bad is the same. So is practically every Martin Scorsese movie. We make ourselves miserable because we try to fit ourselves into other people's molds. And the more warped it makes us, the more we squeeze to try and fit. And so, like Asmon said about conspiracies, you feel worse, and so you put up more defenses, and that makes you feel even worse, so you put up even more.
And now you have an audience, like add on top of that, having an audience of millions that are validating these destructive impulses. That adds a whole other layer to it.
And eventually, you're sitting alone, constantly needing to justify to yourself that this is okay, because everyone else is terrible anyway. And at that point, the solution shifts from putting up more guards yourself to getting everyone else to put up their own.
Solid pop culture reference on that one.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Women are Karens, immigrants are criminals, woke is trying to take over. I've talked about horseshoe theory throughout all of this, and this is the true point of connection, a desire to have the world conform to your standard so that everyone has the same guards up.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
In a moment where Asmon tries to put forward the idea that people who commit
What did Mike say here? More evidence that Groypers, followers of Nick Fuentes, used Bella Ciao as an in-group meme prior to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Nick Fuentes is the leader of a far-right group, the Groypers, who declared a Groyper war on Charlie Kirk. Oh, he was... Okay, I see.
So that everyone has the same guards.
He was doing the whole Tyler Robinson is a Groyper thing. Remember that speculation? That was like 2 hours of like, oh, that could be, but that was quickly dispelled.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
In a moment where Asmon tries to put forward the idea that people who commit political violence can't be judged on the politics because they're acting in a way that's crazy, he manages to touch on the issue I'm talking about.
Like, you shouldn't be looking at what they're saying and trying to blame this on a political party. Yeah, obviously, like, you can talk about how political parties, like, enable violence and certain types of rhetoric, etc. And their mindset it is so far removed from what an average person believes or thinks or behaves. So you trying to use logic to reverse engineer their thinking won't work because they didn't use logic to get there in the first place.
Asmon's touching on the idea that you can't rational someone out of an idea they got to irrationally. I don't think that's necessarily a universal truth, but I do think this is an awareness you need to have about yourself and your own understanding of how you come to certain conclusions. The fundamental issue Asmon misses here is that the rhetoric and political ideology are what create the thought process in people capable of committing violence. It's not that they couldn't find other excuses, it's that the ideology and the rhetoric are how people come to conclusions about how to live and how to act.
Yes. Yes. This is so true. sometimes people come to certain like belief systems as a result of the language that they use. There's a phrase for this. It's something like the law of speaking or something like that. Talk about this in recovery. Like Orwell touched on it too, a bit in like 1984 about like the power of rhetoric, you know, like to you know, force conformity or enforce like what is the word I'm looking for? There's a few Orwellian terms that touch on this. The power of the dialectic.
Act. Someone who isn't a Nazi wouldn't necessarily believe that it's heroic to sacrifice yourself in a blaze of glory for a cause dedicated to racial superiority, but when you're a Nazi, that's the goal. Politicians and pundits provide the means by which we can turn the inscrutable feelings we have about the world into something we can put words to. Some people will find themselves attracted to certain ideas and descriptions that satisfy certain feelings at the expense of others, and the result is that they won't ever be able to deal with the underlying problems they have, creating the frustration that leads to stronger outbursts.
Some people find Jesus, some people find Alex Jones, some people find Antifa.
Saying that someone's mental illness is the main culprit is thought terminating. It allows you to justify and hold on to a way of thinking that continues to ignore deeper problems you might have, instead of trying to reconcile what it is about your ideology that could drive people in that direction.
Research doesn't lie, Jenna, and lets us know what we're thinking. What's too boring, what's too gay, what's too old.
The most common belief in the people who commit violent political acts is that they are ultimately saving people. The white supremacists think they're saving vulnerable white people from racial domination, the extremists on the far left think they're saving vulnerable people from their own persecution, and everyone thinks at some level that the Jews are behind it all. Ultimately, in both cases, these actions are about satisfying those surface level feelings at the expense of the deeper ones.
At least I can deal with my own problems. Unlike some I know.
And the endless analysis we get of what motivation people have are in turn about soothing that denial in everyone who will, in some way, do the same thing without the violent tendencies. But it is the ideologies on the right that put more focus on the idea of committing this kind of violence. That there is glory in the fight, and that blood and honor are the most important things.
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if
I think I slightly disagree with that because I do think that there's a romanticization, is that how you say that, of political violence on the far left. It's just that their numbers pale in comparison to the far right. Like the far right in the US is just 10, 20, 50 times bigger.
If you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
This is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
And while we can find the fictional narratives that explore these beliefs fun, we have to recognize that when they're brought into the real world, they're destructive to how we interact with one another.
What even is the far left nowadays? When I say far left, I mean like Marxists, socialists, Marxist Leninists. Like I'm talking about like maybe we could define it by saying like people that want to like straight up end capitalism. Not social democrats. I mean, tankies are a part of it, but like people that want to end capitalism and replace it with some kind of like Marxist system. You know, that's like a big umbrella that can be a lot of different things, I guess. But
in truth, it's a way to force people to feel the way you do, and there are people who will take advantage of that. I think,
and those people absolutely glorify violence. They constantly they talk about the like a violent revolution in the same way that, this is not an original thought, I got this from somebody, I don't remember who I got it from, but they talk about the revolution like evangelicals talk about rapture. It's always just like, you know, they use terms like, even stuff like using language like late stage capitalism. That is a concept that plays into this notion of it's like Hail Bob's Comet, you know? It's like these cult leaders who prophesy some kind of event happening in the future. And when you use like late stage capitalism, it's meant to reinforce this idea of like, oh, the end is nigh. The end of capitalism is nigh. It's coming any day now.
Big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
And while we can find the fictional narratives that explore these beliefs fun, we have to recognize that when they're brought into the real world, they're destructive to how we interact with one another. In truth, it's a way to force people to feel the way you do, and there are people who will take advantage of that. I think that's the biggest irony here. Every claim about Karens Asmon has made is one that he himself has endorsed, but on his terms.
This is bad. I am so fucking upset, and these retards are sitting here making these award shows for other retards, and it's making me mad. They never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness.
His chat even does the same practice of overqualifying questions as sincere to avoid making Asmon mad. I've been there. It sucks, but it's a choice. And though Asmon would say that I'm calling it a choice because I want you to choose differently, I'm really telling you that I want it to be your decision. Whether you stay the same or you try something different, you should do it on your own terms, and not because of what someone else tells you is the right way to be. If you think the world will judge you for it, think about whether it's really what the world thinks, or if it's what you're afraid of the world thinking. It might feel safe to have a wall between you and everyone else, but if the person you don't want to spend time with is yourself, all you've done is build your own trap. Not caring what people think comes from accepting the vulnerability of others so that they can accept the vulnerability of you. It's an act of trust. And all Asmongold has really taught me over the course of this week is that he doesn't trust anyone.
I never trust studies. I never trust experts. I don't trust anybody. The thing that I trust is what I think. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them you should take with a massive grain of salt.
What? Was he trolling right there?
Even including me.
He wants you to feel like you can't laugh at the
That is the worst fucking possible advice I could conceive of in 2025. The only people you should trust is individual YouTube creators. Like, is that a troll? He's got to be trolling there.
Performance. But I can tell you, looking in from outside, there's nothing worth being afraid of.
If you can't be happy by yourself and you can't be happy by just simply living your life normally, then the problem isn't really with the world, it's with you. And I think that if you can listen to yourself and you can take part in things that you enjoy and you're not doing it for somebody else or for some other reason, you can end up being a happy person. There are people who can find the bad in the good, and there are people who can find the good in the bad. And I think that if you're around a person that finds bad things inside of good things, that is like the closest that you can be to a vampire in your entire life. They are toxic, awful, obnoxious, exhausting, tiresome, annoying, just shitty people, right? They are
just said without a hint of self-awareness, some sense of how that might apply to him and his rhetoric.
Energy vampires. The moment that you think about something else making you happy or somebody else making you happy or something like that, you have already lost the game. You have to base that off of what you want and what you want to do. That's the only thing that matters. But I think at a certain point, people don't want to take accountability for themselves in their own situation, and they want to look at some external factor and then try to blame that instead. Happiness is a state of lying to yourself that life has no meaning. Well,
that's like the basis for his entire political philosophy, seemingly.
I don't know, like, I mean, for themselves in their own situation, and they want to look at some external factor and then try to blame that instead. Happiness is a state of lying to yourself that life has no meaning. Well, I don't know, like, I mean, happiness to me is getting a bag of beef jerky. Happiness to me is finishing a stream and being able to lay down in my nice bed and, you know, I can just relax. Basically, I think everything has to come from within yourself. And if you don't do that, you've got a lot of problems. I could go back and forth about it over and over.
Huh? What did you just say?
And, you know, I can just relax. Basically, I think everything has to come from within yourself. And if you don't do that, you've got a lot of problems. I could go.
Everything has to come from within yourself. And if you don't do that, you're going to have a lot of problems. That's like the inverse of those kind of cringe bumper stickers that you see in Northern California from like hippie Gen X people. I didn't even know what that means. Like I'm trying to be as charitable as possible and just like understand what he's trying to say with that.
Being able to lay down in my nice bed and, I can just relax. Basically, I think everything has to come from within yourself. And if you don't do that, you've got a lot of problems. I could go back and forth about it over and over, but that's basically what I'm saying, okay? Yeah, that's about it. How many soda?
I mean, I personally,
cups? I don't know, like a lot. Anyway, guys, yeah, I'm gonna do this, and I'll be right back. Put this down.
First of all, great video. Once again, just another banger. Just really good job, man. That was great. That was really great. I feel like you are coming into your own, and I feel like you're definitely I feel a kind of confidence building in your craft. Like, first of all, you're doing something that nobody else is doing it in this kind of way. Like React content, I mean, you're essentially doing React content, but you're expanding on it and like finding a way to kind of do something new and novel within that kind of internet niche. So that's cool, like innovative. But it kind of feels like you're becoming more comfortable in your craft, which is cool. Which is really cool. And you're dropping some crazy bombs on me at the end there. You're getting into like deep philosophical existential questions. Where did that come from? I don't know, but I liked it. The idea of like everything that you do needs to come from within yourself. Like, I don't know. I totally reject that notion. I think that's nonsense. I think it's the opposite. I think it's the opposite. I think, for the most part, it feels like this is something that is intrinsic to human beings. And, maybe to an extent also with like other species, but speaking to the human condition, I feel like human connection is so important to existence. Even if you're introverted, I feel like it's really important that human beings connect with other human beings in a meaningful way. And all of the best shit that I've gotten in my life, like I'm, spoiler alert, but I'm not a perfect human being, a flawed human being. But I've learned a lot of, I would say, pretty important life lessons. Lessons that serve me well at the age of 42. And none of that shit came from in me. Like I didn't just come up with this shit. People taught me these lessons, or like the universe taught me these lessons, but all of the good shit that I have, I got from other people. I got from my human connections that I have. I don't know if any of us have original thoughts. Maybe like Tom York has original thoughts, but kind of not really. This tweet from the U.S. Department of Justice. The FBI has confirmed this alleged letter from Jeffrey Epstein to Larry Nassar is fake. The fake letter was received by the jail and flagged for the FBI at the time. The FBI made this conclusion based on the following facts. The writing does not appear to match Jeffrey Epstein's. The letter was postmarked 3 days after Epstein's death out of Northern Virginia, when he was jailed in New York. The return address did not list the jail where Epstein was held and did not include his inmate number, which is required for outgoing mail. This fake letter serves as a reminder that just because a document is released by the Department of Justice does not make the allegations or claims within the document factual. Nevertheless, the DOJ will continue to release all material required by law. I mean, you know, that's pretty compelling. It's kind of a bummer that we have this administration, this DOJ serving at the pleasure of this administration, because you treat everything with skepticism. But oh, he's making the same point here. With how incompetent and messy this whole thing has been, really can't trust a word they say under this administration. Who's writing these tweets? Who signs off and attaches their name and reputation to them? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm just thinking about that video that I just watched. You know, my emotional reaction to that video of watching Asmon was kind of sadness. Like, just made me kind of sad. Not triggered, not angry. I find the whole shtick to be just so uninspired, unoriginal, and boring. So it just, you can't possibly upset me with that kind of a approach to things. I just find it boring. I just find it thoroughly uninteresting, wholly undeserving of, I was going to say extensive commentary, but then, you know, you did a 2.5 hour video and I don't want to undermine that, but I just find it very boring. And then, you know, at the end of the day, what are you looking at? Like, what are you actually watching when you watch that content? And it's just like, I question how much like genuine human connections he has. That's where my mind goes. I don't want to be too presumptuous, but I don't know how many like human connections he's like nourishing on the daily. The feeling is pity, Hutch. I wouldn't quite say pity. I wouldn't quite say pity, but a little bit of sadness. Yeah. Your emotional reaction was what you think about it. Did you have a choice? Now you're acting different. I don't really understand the question. Your emotional reaction was what you think about it. Did you have a choice? Now you're acting different. I don't think I was acting very different. I think the whole time I was watching that, I just felt like, man, I mean, I'm sure it's nice to have all that money. It doesn't really seem like he spends a lot of money. Doesn't really seem like he goes out into the world and enjoys that money. Lord knows if I had that kind of money, I'd be taking a lot of trips. I'd be doing a lot of traveling. I'll tell you that much. But yeah, I mean, like, I never really thought of it that way, but like, yeah, I think a big part of this is something that Conduit pointed out in the video. I think a big part of his pitch is like, he's just like, a big part of his pitch or like a big part of his brand is like, he's this happy guy, you know, like you don't need these other things to make you happy. But when I watch that and I listen to that language and that rhetoric and try to parse together what he actually believes in, I just find the whole thing fucking sad. You know, it's hard for me to imagine somebody saying the things that he does and having a lot of meaningful human connections. Hard for me to imagine that. Maybe I'm being a bit myopic. I'm asking you about free will. Do you think we have free will? Essentially, no. But I also believe at the same time that I'm a big believer in accountability, personal accountability. So I can't really reconcile that. It's a bit of a contradiction. Like when I fuck up, I think I'm pretty good about holding myself accountable generally. That's a lesson that was imparted to me by other people. I certainly wasn't always that way, especially when I was younger. But now, like if there's some kind of chaos or instability in my life, or I typically always ask myself, like, how did I contribute to that? so there's that part of me, but then there's another part of me that's like, I'm just a combination of genetic traits and conditioning when I was a kid. And both of those things are totally out of my control. Free will Andy in the YouTube chat. You can't have free will and not have it. It's not hard to understand. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a contradiction. So, you know, if I really believe that I'm totally like, I think maybe you reconcile it by just recognizing that. Like, I think now we're getting philosophical. Like, kind of reject the notion of you having some essential essence. You know? I don't think there's some like sacred you that exists. I think your identity is a construct in your mind that is formed by factors that are mostly totally out of your control. And at the same time, I think you should try to put a priority on like being a positive force for other human beings. So I don't know. I don't really know how to make sense of it. I mean, I'm not a philosophy major here, guys, but you're tempted by material conditions, but the final choice of an act is yours to make and take responsibility for. Like, so I try to be a moral person, and some days are better than others, but I don't know. I think I'm decently patient with people, gracious, forgiving, generous. You know, like, oh, I'm not horrible at these things, I don't think. But me getting to that place is not because I'm just like intrinsically good. I don't think there's a like intrinsically pure thing within me that makes me a more like moral or virtuous person than other people. I think whatever impulse I had to go in that direction was kind of planted in my mind by other things. And if somebody was raised in an environment where there was never any kind of example that was set for them or any kind of instruction for moving in that direction, then it's not their fault, you know? So it's like, Dazvidani with $5. Off topic. Trump wants to design a battleship that will be the best looking battleship ever. He's naming them Trump class battleship. Non-negotiable 2028 primary candidates. Non-negotiable. I will not throw my support or endorsement behind a single candidate who does not pledge to get rid of Trump's name on all of this shit. And I want it day one. I want an executive order signed day one to remove his stupid fucking name from all these buildings and battleships and whatnot. Swannybird with $5. Everyone give Conduit love on Patreon. We had it pinned in Twitch chat. I can't see because of the prediction. What is this prediction? Will Hutch go to the bathroom between 1 and 1:30 PST? Ooh, I know the answer to that question, but I'm not going to tell you. But yeah, there should be a pinned, I can't even get to the pinned comment because of this fucking prediction. I'm going to dismiss it. I'll link the Patreon and YouTube chat as well, guys. There you go. I'll pin that shit for a little bit. The Trib with $5, he investigates and then he reports his findings. It's unironically journalism pilled. I didn't even like video essays like that. He's an easy watch. Yeah, he is, isn't he? I'm going to say you're a journalist. Yeah. Why would you not qualify as why would that not qualify as journalism? I guess in order for it to be proper journalism, you would have to have some kind of an editor, like some kind of an outside, source to give you like a neutral perspective. But It's journalism adjacent for sure. The Trib with another $5. Philosophy video with conduit incoming, or is he just making us edge? There's a kind of emptiness. There's a kind of emptiness in Asmon's kind of expressed worldview. And I think maybe the point that you were making when you were talking about language was like, I think maybe it started as him just trying to be deliberately provocative, but it was just kind of vapid and nonsense. But like, did he kind of like trick himself into actually, like, did he troll his way into actual fascist thinking? Just by repeating the same stupid bullshit every fucking day? Did he like troll his way into being a, like, basically a fascist? Q with $5. I highly recommend Language in Thought and Action on that topic. Really does a good job of explaining how and why the words we use alters our thinking. Well, that was the focus of Orwell's work in 1984. I feel like that book, more than anything, like it's about like systems of power and authoritarianism and like tyranny, but it's really a book about language. When you think about it, like the power of rhetoric, the power of language, like how you can manipulate people by putting strict rules in place in terms of what words they can use in their daily lives. Like, it's a book about language. Usual Suspect says, huh? Like, well, think about it. Like Orwell was saying, if you can, through like doublespeak and doublethink, like that's what doublespeak is as a concept in that book. 2 + 2 = 4, obviously. But if you strictly mandate that 2 + 2 = 5, and people repeat 2 + 2 = 5, by repeating that over and over again, people actually come to believe it. You're supposed to, like, the people in that book were supposed to, they were mandated by the government to actively suppress their rational side. That's what they call it, like, double think. It's been a while since I read that book, but Hi Boy with 18 months, thank you so much. Holy moly, thank you, buddy. Jaji, thanks so much for 10 gifted subs, Jaji. Merry Christmas. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. People call everything fascist when they don't like it. Tell me what fascism actually is. Hang on a second. Hang on just a goddamn minute. Do you have ADHD? Because I feel like you've been in the chat for a while, and there was a whole section. Yeah, I was going to say Conduit. There was a whole section where, in detail, they laid out the various kind of agreed upon by consensus elements of fascism. Or not a single thing. Like, there's these elements of fascism. It's like different lists. You can find some that are like 10 things and others that are like 15 things. But broad strokes are, like charismatic leader and totalitarian use of military. Suppression of the media, academia, political dissent, scapegoating, extreme nationalism, etc., etc. Did you? But I know you were in here for Zent for when we watched that part. So like, maybe you weren't paying attention. I'm not sure. I also liked Orwell's homage to Catalonia. It's essentially the left infighting amongst themselves, kind of like today. Dude, what about Animal Farm? There's something, dare I say, Orwellian. Well, I don't know. There's something kind of dystopian about a super commercialized version of Animal Farm. Did you guys see the trailer? There's a new Animal Farm coming out. Like a cartoon with like a Seth Rogen. There's a trailer for it. It's, yeah, it does feel weird. Feels a little weird. It looks like a pass for me. That's going to be a strong pass for me, dog. Animal Farm, brought to you by Palantir. Well, Animal Farm wasn't necessarily about like, I'm being nitpicky now. Well, actually, let me adjust my glasses. Actually, 1984 was more about mass surveillance. I can't remember if I read Homage to Catalonia. If I did, I don't remember anything about it. I don't know. That's my analysis. I honestly think Asmon is like playing to an audience, very obviously. And I think by virtue of just like repeating this slop that he knows his audience wants to hear over and over for fucking years, he fucking literally trolled himself into being a fascist. It's so stupid. It sounds so stupid when I say it out loud, but I think that's literally what happened. Orwell wrote it as a critique of Stalinism. The remake is a critique of capitalism. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Is it? I don't even know. Yeah. All animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. Yeah. That was supposed to be a cautionary tale against like tankies. No, I didn't look up compatibilism. I want you to tell me what it is. I can't learn anything from you if you don't tell me yourself. I don't know what compatibilism is. What is that? I'm going to learn something new today. Compatibilism. Is the thesis that compatibilism offers a solution to the free will problem. Oh, okay. Well, that's exciting. Which concerns a disputed incompatibility between free will and determinism. Compatibilism is the thesis that free will is compatible with determinism, because free will is typically taken to be a necessary condition of moral responsibility. Compatibilism is sometimes expressed as a thesis about the compatibility between moral responsibility and determinism. Well, this is hold on. Give me a concise definition, okay? This is 2025. Give me the AI summary, all right? Compatibilism is a philosophical view that asserts that free will and determinism are compatible. It posits that individuals can act freely even in a deterministic universe, meaning that the existence of free will does not contradict the idea that all events are determined by prior causes. In essence, compatibilism reconciles the concepts of moral responsibility and determinism, suggesting that one can hold a moral responsibility even if their actions are determined. Well, now I'm curious, because I don't even know what does that mean? Compatibilists believe that freedom can be present or absent in situations for reasons that have nothing to do with metaphysics. In other words, that causal determinism does not exclude the truth of possible future outcomes, because free will is often seen as a necessary prerequisite for moral responsibility. Compatibilism is commonly used to support compatibility between moral responsibility and determinism. Similarly, political liberty is a non-metaphysical concept. Statements of political liberty, such as the United States Bill of Rights, assume moral liberty, the ability to choose to do otherwise than what one does. So this is like the unifying theory in between like relativity and quantum physics. Is that? If you want to have more of a chat about it, I can try to hop on a voice chat. I'm the one who brought up compatibilism. I am curious about that. We're just not going to do that today. We're going to switch over to Arc Raiders. It means that even if you don't have a choice, you should pretend like you do. I mean, I feel like that's intuitively like where I'd land. I just didn't know the words to express that idea. Like, I have a lot of thoughts in my head that feel kind of like a massive contradiction. Like, I'm a bit of a nihilist, but I also believe it's super important to be nice to people and forge human connections and nourish human connections. But I also believe that, like, we're just absurdly unimportant here on Earth in the grand scope of the universe. Like, odds are very good that no other intelligent species in the entire universe will have ever known that human beings existed. Once the sun consumes our planet, which it will, inevitably, there's nothing we can do to stop that from happening. It will annihilate all trace of human beings. And it's like, simultaneously to me, like, that doesn't matter at all. And at the same time, it's kind of horrifying to me because within each of us, there's multitudes, you know? Like, there's entire universes inside of ourselves. We're this collection of just millions of memories that we either consciously or unconsciously store. And when you die, that's just gone. And there's something like so tragic about that. Like, the concept of death, I find so profoundly upsetting and disturbing. And at the same time, like, none of this matters. Is it 7 billion years that the sun will consume the Earth? Expand into like a red giant? I thought it was like 2 billion years. When is the sun going to destroy Earth? The sun is expected to become a red giant and potentially engulf the Earth in about 5 billion years. Okay, split the difference between 2 and 7, I guess. Like, unless we can figure out how to make wormholes, there's just no way to realistically right now, like, travel to other solar systems. And then as the universe keeps expanding, the galaxies are just going to be farther and farther away from each other. Like, eventually, if there's living beings that live on planets, they're going to look up in the sky and they're not going to see a bunch of stars in the same way that we do, because we will have, all the galaxies will have drifted so far apart. It just doesn't even really seem theoretically possible for us to, like, colonize the cosmos unless we could come up with a, like, near limitless source of energy. You know, like, even flying at light speed is theoretically basically impossible because you would need an infinite source of energy, which just doesn't exist. So unless you can figure out a way to bend space, we're not getting to those other fucking galaxies, right? Not limitless. You simply go from gas giant to gas giant. Yeah, I guess if we could figure out a way to, like, fully cannibalize stars along the way. You're talking about so many things you know nothing about. Is it possible for a human to create something that flies at light speed? I doubt it, but maybe. I'm just repeating back to you what I heard in many YouTube videos. The problem with light speed is that you need infinite energy, basically. And that is something that's not even theoretically possible, I don't think, right? Now, granted, physics are just a hobby of mine, but like, I still don't really understand relativity. I mean, I do. I can tell you like the basics of it, but like, I still don't really get it. Like, why does gravity distort space-time in such a way that time itself becomes relative? Why? I don't really understand why that happens. But I guess that's the point. Like, we can get pretty close to explaining. I mean, science has figured out ways to explain the mechanics of why things happen, but it hasn't figured out a way to actually explain, like, why does, mass and energy create gravity? Like, we don't really know why it happens. That's just like the way the universe is built. Because they say space-time is one thing and mass curbs space-time. Not even just mass. Technically, energy creates gravity. Technically. But we do know why. Isaac Newton explained it a long time ago. No. He explained like how like basic principles of like thermodynamics. Like, he can't tell you like why does mass and energy create gravity? Like, why does that happen? Why does that rule exist? To answer that would be like to have insight into like God, Science doesn't try to explain those types of why questions. People saying we know why in chat are not correct. I mean, that's the whole thing that trips me up. That's another part of death that really trips me up, is because like, I'm going to die before we know what the fuck this is all about. You're like, not knowing that really pisses me off. I find it so irritating. Like, why did the Big Bang occur? Did the singularity, like, how is it possible for a singularity to explode? But like, in what state was the singularity existing in? Was it existing in space before? Is that another dimension that we just blew up within that dimension of reality? Like, I don't understand it. Or the concept of things not having a beginning. Like, that's something that scientists just ask us to be okay with potentially being the case. Like, it's potentially the case that all existence never had a beginning. It just always existed. What? My human brain cannot comprehend that, because in my human brain, everything has a beginning, and everything that has a beginning has an end. Like, there is no such thing as permanence. And yet, it's possible that it just always existed. But like, why? Why this instead of nothingness? Like, I don't understand it. And it bothers me that I don't understand it. What I do find pretty cool, though, is that we seem to be getting very close to just full-on confirming life on, like, outside of Earth. That shit that they found on Mars recently, that they don't know how to explain besides life. They found, like, rocks on Mars that have these coloration, like discoloration. It's like a certain kind of discoloration. And the only way they can make sense of it is through life. Like, I can't explain the mechanics. It's been a minute since I read about that story, but NASA seems pretty confident that they found evidence of life on Mars. And then they also found, I think, right, compelling evidence of life on a fucking asteroid. That's pretty cool, but I'm not satisfied. I just assume that there's life everywhere. If we confirm that there's life on Mars, the only reasonable assumption is that the universe is teeming with life. Because otherwise, what are the odds of two planets right next to each other in a solar system and they both have life? And yet, I mean, that would just imply that life is fucking everywhere. Don't think they found life on a comet? No, I'm not saying they found life on a comet. I think not a comet, it was an asteroid, right? Am I making this up or did I get Facebooked? They found ingredients for life in an asteroid. Tryptophan, the essential amino acid behind the Thanksgiving myth that eating turkey makes you sleepy, has been found to exist on Bennu, a small asteroid that swings by our planet about every 6 years. The discovery, sorry, I burped, and I'm trying not to burp into the mic. It's a process. The discovery stems from an unprecedented sample collected by NASA's OSIRIS-REx mission, which landed a spacecraft on the asteroid in 2020. Captured 4.3 ounces, 121.6 grams of rocks and dust, and safely returned the cache to Earth in 2023. First of all, human beings are fucking incredible. We landed a probe on a fucking asteroid and then just gobbled up some rocks and fucking flew it back to Earth. Unbelievable. Studying Bennu is important because its composition reflects that of the early solar system, giving scientists a glimpse into the beginnings of life. Previous research on Bennu samples had already found 14 of the 20 amino acids all living organisms on Earth stem from, as well as all 5 biological nucleobases. Components make up the genetic code in DNA and RNA. Did all life on planets come from fucking asteroids just smashing into these planets? Also, what the fuck? Like, so a cell just decided one day, you know what? I'm gonna split in 2 and create a perfect copy of myself. How the fuck did that happen? How the fuck did that happen? Is consciousness itself an evolutionary trait? Like, what is it about life where there is this like built-in instinct to survive? Consciousness is an emergent property of brains. I don't know. It's also fucking cool, but it's like torturous because there are so many questions that we're just never going to be able to find the answers for. And I'm just dying to know. That's why I fucking love sci-fi films, you know? Like I fucking love Contact. Fucking Interstellar and shit, you know? Like 2001: A Space Odyssey, like all these because it's all about figuring out the answers to these questions. But it's like simultaneously fascinating and stimulating and torturous at the same time because I want to know that shit. Zent, I want to just give you a hug, buddy. I wish I could give you a hug right now, because I would hug you. I think you need a hug. I'm not even kidding. Apparently, according to somebody in chat yesterday, like 45% of young men have not had a... What was the word again? Like platonic physical touch in the last 6 months. That seems like a problem. There's a theory that we are all living inside of a black hole. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Just turtles all the way down, you know. Swannebear with $10 had this discussion with my roommate yesterday. If Mars was ever successfully terraformed and the government offered something like 1,000 acres to get colonists to move there, are you going? I said, hell yes. Fuck no. I mean, successfully terraforming, I think, is doing a lot of work there. What does that look like? Because Mars right now is a fucking hellscape. The Trib with $2. Have you seen the 3 Body Problem show? I really love that show. Fucking really love that show. I think there's a new season supposed to come out either next year or the year after. Fucking really like that show. Connor with $2. The answer is 42. Is that a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy reference? Is that what that is? Bogsy with $2. Look up compatibilism. Advice of Melvin Den Herk. "100 acres of uninhabitable radiated land." Yeah. I mean, the first fucking several generations of Mars inhabitants, that's not going to be a fun life. When is the next season of 3 Body Problem coming out? Are they filming it now? When is season 2? I think I wanted 3 Body Problem to be like a little bit more kind of gritty and dark. And it felt like there was like almost like Marvel humor in it, you know? I didn't really love that, but I found the premise and the story, all that was like super fascinating. When is season 2 of the 3 Body Problem coming out? I started reading the book. I almost got done reading Rendezvous with Rama. That's another really cool sci-fi. That one is fun. Season 2 of the 3 Body Problem is expected to release sometime in mid-2026. Production for the second season began in July 2025. No. I did not listen to Rendezvous with Rama. I read that one. Read that shit. I didn't finish it. I'm like 3/4 of the way done. Wait, is there an actual season 2 trailer? Or is this a fan-made bullshit? It's fan-made. God damn it. Don't trust David Benioff and DB Wise to not fuck up a good story. They're definitely going to read the book. The book was written by, I think, a Chinese national, like a Chinese citizen. So there are like limitations. So they did change the story quite a bit, obviously. But I mean, did you guys like the 3 Body Problem? I thought it was really good. I definitely wanted to keep watching. I was like, whoa, especially that one fucking scene with the boat. Jesus. Like a red wedding moment. Jesus Christ. feel like it got reviewed pretty well. 3 Body Problem, Rotten Tomatoes. %79%, yeah. I mean, decent. 3 Body Problem had some good parts and a lot of bad parts. Very inconsistent show. Yeah, again, I just felt like I just wanted them to commit, you know, like to either commit, because it's a pretty dark story. And yet there are these kind of like Marvel moments and this forced humor kind of thing, which I felt was like a little out of place. There's like a tonal mismatch with the story, I think, because the story is like fucking super dark. I found the boat scene silly. Didn't really make sense why that nano wire tech was needed. Would have been easier ways to achieve the same result. No, there was an explanation for it. I had the same question and then I looked it up and I was like, oh. Now I want to look it up. There was a reason for it though, I think. Why was the nano tech needed in the 3 Body Problem? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I don't want to read it out loud just because I'm sure there's some people in the chat that haven't seen it. But that makes sense. That's, you know, that makes sense. That's not a dumb explanation, actually. That makes sense. All right, let's play some fucking video games. Whoever predicted that I would not be going to the bathroom between 1 and 1:30 p.m., congratulations on your prediction. I could have spoiled that and said, it's not an emergency. I don't really need to go. The weirdest thing happened. I guess it's not that weird. You guys you're gonna like the new title of the stream on Twitch. I just had a thought and then I lost it. Where was I going? Shit. What was I just talking about? It's fucking gone. Oh, I used to have to pee. You guys remember? It's like a meme. It's like the reason why that shit exists in my chat. Is Hutch gonna get up to pee at this time? It's because I used to get up to pee like every 45 minutes on the stream. And I did it for years. I just had this incredibly pathetic bladder. I just had to pee all the fucking time. And then I quit drinking. I quit drinking alcohol. And that went away. Like now I can sleep easily like 8 hours. And I don't wake up urgently needing to pee or anything like that. And I didn't know why, and I looked it up. There is an explanation for this. We're gonna chat GPT this shit. Okay. I used to have a weak bladder and urinated very frequently. I also used to excessively drink alcohol, and I eventually quit. After I quit, I don't have to urinate as much. What is the biological explanation for this? It like irritates your shit? I don't really understand. Alcohol suppresses antidiuretic hormone. Under normal conditions, your brain releases antidiuretic hormone, ADH, also called vasopressin, which tells your kidneys to conserve water and produce more concentrated urine. Alcohol inhibits ADH release. Interesting. Result while drinking. Kidneys reabsorb less water. Urine becomes more dilute. Total urine volume increases. You feel the urge to urinate more often. After quitting alcohol, ADH signaling normalizes. Kidneys retain more water. Urine volume decreases. Urination frequently drops. Also, alcohol directly irritates the bladder. Alcohol acts as a chemical irritant to the bladder lining and increases bladder muscle activity. Increased fluid intake plus poor water regulation. That kind of makes sense on its face. Nervous system recalibration. Chronic alcohol use alters autonomic nervous system tone, bladder brain signaling, sensory perception of urgency. Sleep and circadian hormone normalization. Alcohol disrupts sleep architecture and nighttime hormone release, including ADH. That was the reason, guys, why like the old streams were usually like 3, maybe 4 hours, because I would just be so fucking tired at the end of the stream. But that was because I slept like absolute shit because I was drinking whiskey every night. But it's interesting because my body, it took like 6 months of abstinence from alcohol for it to kind of go back to normal. I was drinking way too much, you guys. Way too much. My goodness. I was drinking way too much alcohol. I'm sure you've heard about this already, but if you haven't, Google Gmail World or Jmail World makes going through the files very easy. We did see that, but I was told not to open it on stream. I assume there's some TOS unfriendly situations there. Okay, so we're going to end the YouTube stream, guys. We're keeping YouTube 100% politics. We're going to end the YouTube stream. If you guys are interested in watching me play Arc Raiders for a few hours, probably going to start doing this from now on the stream. Figure, you know what? If I'm going to obsessively play Arc Raiders, might as well go live. If you guys want to watch on YouTube, if you guys want to watch for the people in YouTube chat, if you guys want to watch me play on Twitch, it is twitch.tv/Hutch. I'll even make it easy for you. There's a link for you. Click that link. Come on over. And I'm gonna work on some of these quests. We gotta upgrade some of our workstations. Start piling up resources for the next expedition. I mean, we got a lot of grinding to do. Call it Return of the Hutch. Yeah. All right. I'm closing my YouTube chat. Thank you to everybody. Hector, wait, what the fuck, Hex? What in tarnation are you doing in here, buddy? Happy holidays. Hope you and the family have a good Christmas, buddy. Miss you. When are you coming to Los Angeles next? Actually, I found out you came to Los Angeles kind of recently. Wait, were you in LA with Mike recently and you didn't reach out? Oh, was that New York? Okay. Okay, I feel better about that. This motherfucker sends me a picture of him and Mike eating dinner, and I'm just like, oh, that looks like fun. Must be nice hanging out with your friend. Getting dinner with Hector is always nice because this motherfucker just grabs the bill every time. Also the company. I mean, the company is nice. That's a secondary consideration. Company is nice. But yeah, we usually go to these nice restaurants and he just pays for it every time. Benefits of having a rich friend. It's pretty great. Get to eat fucking delicious food in a delicious Los Angeles restaurant. All right, I'm going to close the YouTube chat, guys. I'm closing it now. I'm doing it. Come over to Twitch if you want to hang out some more. And I'm going to end the stream on YouTube as well. I'm doing it. I'm pressing the button. I'm doing it. I'm pressing it. All right, it's ended. There it is.